doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIT.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Oh.
Thanks for being with us. A sheriff's deputy in southeast Louisiana is gaining attention after he stopped a driver for speeding, only to learn the man was going to a funeral, so the deputy helped him with his tie. Deputy Dustin Byers recently pulled the unnamed driver over in St. Tammany Parish across Lake Pontchartrain from New Orleans. A Facebook post by the sheriff's office says the man explained he was on his way to a funeral, was having a tough day, plus he couldn't get his tie to cooperate. In a picture shared by the sheriff's office, the deputy can be seen tying the other man's tie on the side of the road. The post, entitled "A Traffic Stop Comes with a Side of Compassion," has been shared more than 2,000 times. People.com reports the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office confirmed that the man did receive a speeding citation and declined to provide further comment. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Supreme Court to wrap up term.
The biggest case involves birthright citizenship.
Congress briefed on U.S. attacks in Iran.
We have not obliterated the program.
Advisors endorse fall flu vaccine.
Only if they're free of an ingredient anti-vax groups have falsely linked to autism.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. A flurry of rulings is expected today from the U.S. Supreme Court on the final day of the term. Here's CBS News correspondent Jan Crawford.
We have one big case from Maryland that it involves efforts by parents with deeply held religious beliefs to opt their elementary school-aged children out of story time, out of lessons featuring books that embrace gender identity and other LGBTQ themes. But the biggest case that we're waiting on, of course, involves President Trump and challenges to his executive order targeting birthright citizenship. Now, this is not a case about the merits of birthright citizenship. Instead, it focuses on the power of federal judges and whether one judge can dictate policy for everyone across the country by entering these sweeping nationwide injunctions.
A clear political divide after U.S. senators were briefed on the American military attacks in Iran targeting the country's nuclear sites. Democrats have questions. New York's Chuck Schumer.
President Trump said that the nuclear stockpile was completely and totally obliterated. I did not receive an adequate answer to that question.
Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton and other Republicans see it this way.
We have struck a major blow alongside our friends in Israel against Iran's nuclear program that is going to make America safer.
CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab is in Tehran.
We met Iranian government spokeswoman Fatima Mohajerani. She told us her country would continue to pursue its nuclear program.
We had no intention to move towards a nuclear bomb. It's Israel that has 90 nuclear warheads, but we did not want to go that way. Nonetheless, we will obtain the scientific knowledge to do what we want with our program.
Since we arrived in Iran, what struck us is how Iranians from across the political spectrum, and who often agree on very little, were united against what they saw as unprovoked attacks by Israel and the U.S. that killed over 600 Iranians.
Health Secretary Kennedy's hand-picked vaccine advisory panel has endorsed a fall flu shot, but only if it excludes an ingredient that some groups have falsely linked to autism. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Unfortunately, this is a newly stacked committee with people who have a history of being against vaccines, vaccine skeptics, people who have been known to promote myths about vaccines. And I think that's really what most of us are concerned about, is that we will see a decrease in vaccine uptake because people are worried.
Well, President Trump hopes to sign his spending and tax cut bill into law a week from today. But CBS's Weijia Jiang tells us there's still work to do in the Senate.
Fiscal hawks argue the total cost is too high, while moderate Republicans are concerned about tougher requirements for Medicaid benefits.
We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same.
But the Congressional Budget Office estimates it could result in 10.5 million fewer people enrolled over the next decade. And the Senate parliamentarian has taken issue with the Medicaid changes. Her objections could require parts of the bill to be removed or rewritten, which will take time. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says he's not concerned.
Everything is challenging, but they're all speed bumps.
CBS's Olivia Gazis tells us a new round of government layoffs targets the country's diplomatic corps.
The State Department may begin laying off hundreds of Washington, D.C.-based employees as soon as today, according to internal correspondence seen by CBS News, and amid an effort by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to streamline what he has called a bloated bureaucracy. As many as 2,000 staffers may be affected.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The defense delivers its closing argument today in New York at the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. CBS's Katrina Kaufman says a prosecutor spent nearly 5 hours before the jury yesterday.
They really went methodically and laid out all of the allegations here, all of these charges, the racketeering conspiracy, the sex trafficking, transportation for the purpose of prostitution. And then with racketeering, there's all of these underlying acts. So the prosecution has to show that there was a conspiracy to commit at least 2 predicate acts. So they went through and took all of this testimony that we've been hearing about for weeks and honed in on certain stories that they believe prove these allegations, instances that are kidnapping. For example, when Cassie Ventura, Sean Combs' ex, was locked up in a hotel for days after he beat her and not allowed to leave.
The Justice Department now says it intends to put Kilmar Abrego Garcia on trial before it moves to deport him. Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador in March, is facing a federal smuggling case. He's jailed now in Tennessee. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
If he is just being held in federal custody for criminal charges, then we know he'll stay with the Marshal Service. But his release isn't necessarily a typical release because there is an immigration hold on him. So the likelihood is that ICE will then take custody of Abrego Garcia.
In Los Angeles, advocates for migrants say conditions are crowded and unsafe inside the city's main detention center. 1,600 people have been placed there over the past few weeks. CBS's Nydia Cavazos.
They continue to describe the conditions as inhumane because they say there's limited access to food, water, really cold temperatures. Migrants don't have access to beds. They've been sleeping in the room, and these are confined, cramped spaces.
In Milwaukee, 2 police officers were ambushed and shot in an alley. This resident is concerned.
It's a sad situation. A couple weeks ago, an officer got shot in the leg. Now you got this situation, and it's just the beginning of the summer.
One of the officers is in critical condition. The other has non-life-threatening injuries. The search is on for a suspect. Police in Los Angeles are investigating a break-in at a home that's owned by Brad Pitt. He's been on a globe-trotting promotional tour for his new film, F1. Police say 3 suspects broke through a front window, ransacked the place, and stole several items. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Today, a tip of the hat to a musician who gave us a memorable TV and movie theme song.
Lalo Schifrin, composer of the Mission Impossible theme, has died, according to his son Ryan. He was 93. Schifrin, who was from Argentina, wrote more than 100 other arrangements for film and TV and was also a jazz pianist and a classical conductor. He won 4 Grammys and was nominated for 6 Oscars. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Journalist and former White House Press Secretary Bill Moyers has died. Moyers, an ordained Baptist minister, served in the LBJ White House in the 1960s. He went on to be a newspaper publisher, best-selling author, and analyst and reporter here at CBS News and PBS. Bill Moyers, who called himself a citizen journalist, was 91. That's the Roundup. Produced by David Shapiro. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A deadly drive-by shooting shut down northbound State Route 167 near Auburn Thursday night. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports from the scene.
The WSP says around 7:30 last night, a man in a silver car was driving in the center lane of northbound 167 near Ellington when someone drove up next to the car and shot him. They tell us he pulled over to the right shoulder immediately after, and that is where state troopers found him dead. Right now, they say it's unclear if anyone else was in the victim's car at the time, but troopers tell us this is a pretty unique case.
It's very challenging. It's also really challenging that we only had one 911 caller.
And troopers say that one person that witnessed this reported a 90s red or maroon Ford Explorer and a 2018 to 2020 silver Subaru BRZ were both nearby that car at the same time.
There are new developments in the search for Travis Decker. Chelan County investigators now say none of the evidence recovered in the Cascades is linked to the fugitive. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest on the negative DNA matches.
There's not a single DNA match on any of the multiple pieces of evidence collected from makeshift campsites discovered by search teams, according to Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison, leaving investigators with zero proof Travis Decker could be somewhere in the Cascades.
We do have some items that have come back from the scene that have come back to match the DNA that we have. Nothing in the mountains.
Detectives found Decker's blood and other evidence like a wallet at the campground where deputies discovered the bodies of his 3 daughters. After a month of searching, Morrison says he's not giving up. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
A major update in the Idaho College murder case. A judge says the trial for Brian Kohberger is moving forward with no delays. Kohberger is accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students, including Ethan Chapin of Skagit County back in 2022. Yesterday, a judge told attorneys that jury selection starts in August. Opening statements could begin around August 18th. The judge also shut down a defense request to blame 4 other people. He said there's no real evidence linking them to the crime. Meantime, Washington's governor took a renewed aim at President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Governor Bob Ferguson publicly calling for Congress to abandon the legislation and preserve Medicaid funding. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner looks at the potential impact of the controversial cuts.
It's a bill aimed to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, according to GOP lawmakers, with more than $600 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Governor Bob Ferguson strongly disagrees.
These Medicaid cuts are cruel and will harm many thousands of Washingtonians, all to provide tax breaks for the wealthiest Washingtonians.
The governor speaking to Tri-City residents Thursday, warning of closed hospitals, reduced care, and cuts to services if federal legislation is approved. In addition to cuts, the bill includes work requirements for, quote, able-bodied workers who received Medicaid benefits and would deny access to non-citizens. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Amid his voice concerns, the governor underscored that this bill has yet to pass and the impact of cuts are still estimates. There's a section of I-5 that is notorious for speeding through Skagit County. Recently, a pilot program kept tabs with the highway speed camera. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors explains that the goal was not to issue tickets, but rather slow drivers down.
If you were speeding through Skagit County recently, there's a good chance a temporary speed camera caught you. A 2-month pilot program just wrapped up in Skagit and Spokane counties aiming to improve highway safety. 16,000 notices were mailed to speeders encouraging them to obey the speed limit or risk future tickets. Speeds did drop overall during the program, according to WashDOT's Kyle Miller.
I mean, just looking at the data at a high level, I could see a drop, but to what percentage or to what speeds, that's still further down the road that we're going to be working on.
277 drivers were caught going 100 miles per hour or more. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Tacoma to Seattle about 27 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton 18, Renton to Bellevue about 15, Everett to Seattle about 32 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Friday morning, prepare for some cloudy skies. Highs will be pretty mild today in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation host Leland Vitert breaks down the big news of the week. That's all next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Escalation.
The U.S. attacks Iran.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America.
Stay with KIRO News Radio for the very latest.
Iran launching missile attacks today on U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Retaliation for the American bombing.
And what it means here at home.
The Bremerton-based USS Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East.
Experience local voices you trust. Stay with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
On Fridays, we speak with Leland Vittert, host of On Balance, airing weeknights at 6 on News Nation.
When we spoke to you last week, Leland, you were strongly calling for U.S. action on Iran. When we spoke to you last week, Leland, you were strongly calling for U.S. action on Iran. Now that that's happened, what are your takeaways?
The world is a safer place. And the world would be a far more safer place without the Ayatollah in power. It is confounding to me why, when we have the Iranian regime on the ropes, and for the first time in 30 years or 40 years, a president has stopped bloviating and waffling and actually taken action, that now there's this sort of desire or willingness to take our boot off the neck of the Iranians. The president announced that he was going to allow the Chinese to buy Iranian oil, which would flow hard cash into the Iranian regime. And 2, he seems just fine with the Ayatollah staying in power. There doesn't seem to be a desire to ferment or help or supplement a popular revolution or uprising in the country.
So let's talk about that, because we spoke to your colleague Robert Sherman yesterday. He was with us from Tel Aviv, and I don't know, hearing from him, his general sense is that there may be peace at hand across the Middle East. It sounds like you don't agree with that assessment?
Well, I think you have to ask what peace is. I'm a movie fan, and there's that great line from Air Force One: peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the presence of justice. You're never going to have enduring peace with the Iranian regime still in power, because they are a tyrannical, theocratic regime that chants death to America. And when given the opportunity to rearm and regroup, they will continue on that quest. They've shown that over and over and over again. The idea that you can have some kind of deal with them to stop supporting terrorism, to stop wanting to kill Americans is laughable. Tigers do not change their stripes.
Can we, Leland, go back to the back and forth on how much damage the U.S. strikes actually caused in Iran? How unusual is it for the Defense Intelligence Agency to leak this preliminary information to the media?
I think it's very unusual to have had a leak like this, although very not unusual and pretty routine when it's something that can damage President Trump. There's certainly an effort, a concerted effort to do that and to deny him a success here. I think there's a lot of people who hate Trump more than they love America, both in the media and certainly in Democratic politics in America. That's just the way life is. The larger point, I think, about the DIA assessment is how little we were actually told about it, because the report itself lays out a lot of caveats, right? Which is that this is with low confidence, and it's also a worst case scenario. With sort of like at a bare minimum, we assess with low confidence that it was set back a couple of months. And you have to understand the way the intelligence agencies work is that they start you off with sort of the minimum that they can prove, which is what the report was, but we weren't told any of that. It was sort of an aha. We can prove now that Trump isn't really as successful as everyone thought he was. These were the same people who 2 weeks ago were saying we shouldn't bomb Iran and are now complaining that we didn't bomb Iran enough. So I don't know which one it is.
I want to shift gears in the moments we have left here, Leland, because in your newsletter, warnotes.com, said the other day that the Democrats could have a Tea Party movement of their own brewing. Could you maybe talk about what you're seeing?
Sure. Warnotes.com to subscribe for free. And the point is this. You have Democrats, the establishment Democrats of both the party, the politicians, and the donors, trying to stop a revolution within their own party. And Republicans tried to do this to the Tea Party. The establishment, the Paul Ryan types, the John Boehner types, the Mitt Romney types, the Jeb Bush types, tried to stop MAGA and Trump. They did everything they possibly could, by the way, as did all the donors. And what happened was all the donors flipped to MAGA, and all of the politicians that tried to fight this, even some very big name politicians, were thrown out on their rear ends and replaced by MAGA. I don't root for either side. I call balls and strikes. That's my job, and to tell our viewers what's happening and why it's happening. The only thing I root for is America and apple pie. And I do believe there's a right versus wrong. This isn't a right versus wrong situation. This situation is very simple. You are seeing a revolution inside the Democratic Party, and the Democratic establishment and the donors think they can somehow stop it. You're seeing this with sort of this movement to try to find someone else to run as mayor of New York as an independent, and the Democrats are going to finance it. Give me a break. You cannot stop a revolution inside a political party, and the harder you try, the worse it's going to get, because so many people in the Democratic Party feel abandoned by the establishment and worked over by the establishment. Therefore, they hate the establishment.
All right, Leland Vittert, host of On Balance, weeknight, 6 o'clock on News Nation. Leland, we aren't going to be on 4th of July with you next week, so we will catch you after the holiday.
God bless America.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today and we'll stay dry with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with a look at all the best events happening around town this weekend. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
You pledged your life to serve. You made sacrifices, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the falls you've taken. We see the 1,000 times you've stood back up. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see a path forward. We see all veterans. We see you. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit MakeTheConnection.net.
For the news you trust.
Breaking news we are getting.
Experience matters.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We're on YouTube, our app, and 97.3 FM.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top-quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The Supreme Court is set to issue the final rulings of its 9-month term today, including a big decision about judicial power and nationwide injunctions. CBS's Jan Crawford has the latest.
You know, it's always difficult to predict how the justices are going to rule, and they can certainly change their minds. But I think based on their questions and oral arguments, it seems clear that they are prepared to really rein in the use of these nationwide injunctions, which has exploded dramatically really since 2015. And we've had presidents from both parties. This is a bipartisan issue.
As the ceasefire between Israel and Iran continues to hold, a deal to bring a halt to hostiles in Gaza and secure the release of remaining hostages held by Hamas remains elusive. All of this as the State Department approved $30 million in funding for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem with more.
This is an Israeli and U.S.-backed NGO that was established to ostensibly get the food aid to Palestinian civilians and to bypass Hamas. But it really has not gone well at all. It's been marked by chaos.
Here in Washington, a fatal drive-by shooting shut down all northbound lanes of State Route 167 near Auburn last night. Troopers tell KIRO 7 TV they found a man dead in the driver's seat of a car pulled to the right shoulder of the freeway just north of Ellingson Road.
It's a very concerning, very horrific scene that, I mean, it could have been way more tragic than what it is right now. It's obviously a very tragic scene, but there could have been a lot more victims. It was 7:30, that's rush hour.
They were unsure whether anyone else was in the victim's car. The suspect remains at large, and investigators are urging anyone with information to come forward. Meanwhile, a Kitsap County woman says she was blindsided after a man convicted of murdering her mother was released from prison early without her knowing. She spoke with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner, saying she wants to advocate for other victim families so this does not happen again.
In 1994, Gerald McCord and Connie Case were murdered by 2 men who were later convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But when one of the men was re-sentenced last year, the family of Connie Case says they were never notified. Case's daughter, Jenny Brideau, says she received a text message only after he was released.
By this point, I'm hysterical.
She says it took the Kitsap County Prosecutor's Office days to admit she should have been notified. She's now fighting to ensure the other man convicted isn't released too. She's also trying to bring awareness to other victims.
There's no way I'm the only one.
Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
A dream road trip turned into a nightmare for 2 teens visiting Seattle. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha has the story.
Recent high school grads Andrew Newton and Catherine Sanford were on the trip of a lifetime, cross-country across America from South Carolina to the West Coast and back. A stop in Seattle and their car being stolen ruined the whole going back part.
Got some food, like 5-minute walk away around the corner.
It was very good.
And then we walked around Pike's Marketplace for 10 minutes, came back, and it's gone.
The 2007 GMC Acadia was loaned to Newton by his grandparents. They purchased new hiking gear, had a cooler of food, and all their clothes since they were living out of the car. All of it gone when the car was stolen from the area near 4th and 5th and Blanchard.
Seattle police are investigating, but so far, no sign of the car. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue, about 25 minutes right now. Issaquah to Seattle, about 18 minutes. Redmond to Seattle, about 16 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, about 30 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Friday, lots of low clouds so far this morning moving in. And this afternoon, highs pretty mild in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
There is a beautiful weekend ahead here in the Northwest. If you're still looking for something to do, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
It's a busy weekend in Seattle as we are already heading into the final days of June, so let's get to it. There are Pride celebrations across the region, including some of the main events of the month. Pride Fest is on Capitol Hill on Saturday and in the Seattle Center on Sunday. According to SeattlePrideGuide.com, Saturday will feature 5 blocks of street festivals, plus a Maker's Village and more in Cal Anderson Park. Sunday will feature 3 stages, over 100 artists, and lots more throughout the Seattle Center. Pride Fest runs from 12 to 8 on Saturday and Sunday and is free for all ages to attend. Sunday is the Pride Parade throughout downtown Seattle, and you can expect big crowds in the city. There will be a pre-parade party at Westlake Park, and the parade will officially start at 11 a.m. at 4th and Pike and ending at Denny Way. For more details, visit the parade's website. Don't be alarmed when you see pirates taking over Alki Beach this weekend, as it is time for the Seafair Pirates Landing. Look for the pirates to land about 12:30 on Saturday at Alki Beach, but Seafair's website says there will be festivities before, and once they've made landfall, the crew will entertain the kids and share lots of treasures. Barbie the movie will be playing at Ben Roya Hall Friday and Saturday, and if you haven't seen the Seattle Symphony perform a score to a movie, this would be a great one to check out. Seeing the films with live music adds a whole extra layer of fun to the experience, and you can enjoy a photo booth and other pre-show fun as well. You can get tickets on the Seattle Symphony's website. There's a couple of fun free street fairs this weekend. Urban Craft Uprising is hosting Gobble Up this weekend, which will feature 80 local food and beverage vendors at Lake Union Park. Saturday is the Greenwood Car Show, where not only will you find blocks of classic cars, hot rods, and more, there will also be car-themed activities for kids and, of course, live music and food. It doesn't get much more summer than a car show. Both of these events are free to attend. Also, for those motorheads out there, this weekend is the first Motors and Movies event of the summer at the LeMay's America's Car Museum in Tacoma. There will be a concession stand and a 40-foot outdoor movie screen. Gates will open for parking at 6:30 on Saturday, and the 2007 version of Transformers will be shown at sunset. Parking will be first come, first serve, and you are welcome to bring lawn chairs and yard games. If you want to celebrate the 4th of July a little early, Freedom Fest is going on at Joint Base Lewis McCord on Saturday at 1 o'clock. There will be carnival rides, a car show, carnival games and entertainers, food trucks, and plenty more. There will also be live music and a fireworks show to close out the day. Registering online ahead of time will help you avoid delays, but you still can show up on the day of and still get in. It's also time for the Bremerton Bridge Blast on Saturday. There you will find the Boardwalk Festival on the Bremerton Boardwalk from noon to 10:15. Or if you're looking to kick back and relax a little bit more, there will be food trucks and plenty of green space to set up your chairs and picnic baskets at Evergreen Rotary Park. You'll be able to catch the fireworks show at 10:15 from both locations. This event is free to attend. The summer is in full swing, and I want to know the cool things that you have planned this summer. Let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have a check of your national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for
I'm
you.
a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
G and Ursula on KIRO News Radio.
You're not going to be able to stop what's going to happen.
I hope he's successful.
9 to noon, streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
CBS News Brief. Lawmakers in the Senate divided along party lines after a classified briefing from top Trump administration officials on U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Connecticut Democrat Chris Murphy.
There's no doubt there was damage done to the program, but the allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to stand up to reason.
Most Republicans back the president's claims. Mr. Trump urging Congress to act on what he calls his big, beautiful budget bill before the July 4th holiday.
Today I signed this bill into law. Almost every major promise made in the 2024 campaign already will have become a promise kept.
American Meteor Society says it got almost 150 reports of a big fireball in the sky over the southeast.
With fiery orange with the blue tail
and just coming straight down.
AMS believes it was a meteor exploding. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today, and we'll stay dry with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation reporter Robert Sherman joins the show from Tel Aviv with an update on the ceasefire between Iran and Israel. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Rhonda, her husband Steve, and his friend Lee have been crabbing and fishing buddies for over 30 years. But pulling up those pots, reeling in the kings, and just living life wore down their shoulders, knees, and thumbs. So, before they could get their limit again, they went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, for stem cell therapy.
I feel like I'm 100%. The difference is amazing.
Dr. Mark did my knees, and that seemed to work. So when I hurt myself on the shoulder with the rotator cuff and the labrum, I did the stem cell, and it did the trick. No pain whatsoever.
It's definitely worth going in, talk to Dr. Wagner. He'll let you know if it's something that will work for you or not. But I would do it again in a moment.
Oh, go see Dr. Mark Wagner and have stem cells. You won't regret it.
Crabbing season was saved.
That's not going to make the crabs happy.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or thumb, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth took questions inside the Pentagon about the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites.
Meanwhile, people in Israel are slowly returning to normal life with a ceasefire between that country and Iran holding for a third day.
Joining us now from Tel Aviv is News Nation reporter Robert Sherman. Robert, good morning. How are people there in Israel feeling in this third day of the ceasefire?
You know, I mean, people are actually feeling really good right now. There's a lot of confidence that is coming from the top to the bottom of the Israeli government. I think the biggest telltale sign of all of this is that, I mean, just a couple of days ago, the guidance that was coming from the government was don't even go outside. Don't go to school. Don't go to work, because it was viewed as being that dangerous. Stay as close as possible to the bomb shelter. There are no restrictions here anymore. You see people at the beach, you see people out and about on the street. And what I would say is that, almost in the blink of an eye, the focus here has shifted away from Iran. Nobody is even really talking about this anymore. It's now all about Gaza, it's about the hostages, and it's about the future.
We heard from Defense Department officials today about the U.S. strikes on Iran. What are we hearing from Israeli officials about those strikes?
You know, I think you're asking a really good question here because, I mean, it's actually a unique vantage point to sit on this side of the Atlantic and watch the conversation that's taking place in the U.S. about were those strikes effective, were they not? I mean, nobody's talking about that over here. It is pretty much like a signed, sealed, delivered consensus that the strikes were highly effective and set Iran back years. You are seeing that coming from the Prime Minister's office. You are seeing that coming from the Mossad intelligence agency. This is the other thing that I would underscore to your listeners as well. If there were any thoughts in Israel that these strikes were not effective and Iran posed a serious imminent threat, you would see the Israelis really making a stink out of all this and saying the war needs to continue on, because this is viewed as an existential threat to existence and pure sovereignty here in the region. So the fact that you haven't heard that, to me, speaks rather loudly that they are pretty unanimously backing up the Pentagon on this right now.
Speaking with News Nation reporter Robert Sherman, how would you characterize the relationship between the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and President Trump right now?
Yeah, that's another really good question here. And what I would say is that, from the Prime Minister's standpoint, President Trump has been a really, really good friend to Israel and, has taken actions and said things publicly that a lot of other presidents would really think twice about doing up to this point. That being said, you saw the president, really reining the Israelis in to effectively ensure that this ceasefire would hold here. I would say that they're still on very good terms here, but there's going to be a lot that's going to move and shake. And if we start to have the conversation shifting away from Iran to Gaza entirely in the international community, this could potentially look different because the president has made very, very clear getting a deal on Gaza done is a top priority to him.
Is there a sense that a deal can be done?
Yeah, definitely. And, the big thing is here, is that now that Iran has been pushed a bit onto the back burner, and to be clear, this fight with Iran was really brought out into the open by the situation in Gaza. Now there is a thinking on the ground here that a deal, could come together or there's going to be something that comes here. Especially because let's talk about the big home run that Israel wants to hit. The big home run is Abraham Accords 2.0. They just put this billboard up in downtown Tel Aviv, which shows President Trump in the center of the billboard standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu and all of the heads of state in the Middle East. The pipe dream that Israelis have is there is a day in which they can hop on a train and head to Damascus or Beirut and get lunch and come home. Normalization, diplomatic relations with all of these other countries in the region, Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia, that's what they are gunning for. That's the big play that they really want. And for President Trump in order to be able to deliver that, there's going to have to be some kind of a deal on Gaza.
Is any aid making its way into Gaza right now?
There is aid that is going into Gaza for sure, of course, it's the classic finger pointing that you always hear. From the Israeli side, plenty of aid is going in, and it's the aid groups on the inside that are not moving it around properly. Now you have this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is handling a lot of that because there's been so much distrust that has been sown with the UN. And then, on the other hand, you hear the other sentiments that the aid isn't going where it needs to go. This is going to continue to be the back and forth that you hear between both of these sides here. But there is aid that is going into Gaza. It's just always the question, which has remained the same for months. Is it always getting into the hands of those who need it most?
Of course, Iran giving so much money to Gaza. We learned yesterday that the U.S. and Iran are going to have direct talks next week. Can you just give us a sense of how unusual that is?
It is highly unusual. Of course, we have seen some of these conversations taking place over the last few months to get to a nuclear deal. I think that the thing that makes this so unusual the most, and the head scratcher that I have, is, what kind of a deal are they going to strike now? And you even heard the president acknowledge that rather publicly yesterday. The U.S.'s position is that they decimated Iran's nuclear capabilities. Is there really even a deal to sign anymore? Or one that even matters or has any bite? That kind of remains to be seen here. I think the bigger question is, can the United States develop any kind of a relationship with Iran right now, particularly in the wake of these strikes here, because these are two sides that really do not trust one another. That all remains to be seen here. But and to be clear, Tehran has not publicly confirmed that any such meetings are going to be taking place. But that's kind of in keeping with what they've been doing for the last couple of weeks and last couple of months here. They don't put a lot of this out into the public sphere.
Robert, before we let you go, just quickly, kind of on a human note, what's striking about our conversation this morning is how calm everything seems. They're just days after you were being rushed to bomb shelters.
And I would say that is what you are pointing out really strikes at the heart of Israeli culture. It is the respond, stand back up, go about your life. Because the feeling here that is held so deeply by many people in Israel is that if you spend a single extra fleeting moment thinking about all the tensions in the region or all of the fears that are put out into the Middle East, then you've let the opposition win. That is such an integral part of Israeli culture to push forward. And what I would say is that you do look around here. I'm looking at Tel Aviv Beach right now, and there are people who are out and about playing volleyball right now. Life goes on. This is the mindset that people have here, and it is. But what I would say, the caveat to that is that nothing is the same as it was before October 7th. There is still this cloud of uncertainty over the air, and every Israeli will tell you that October 7th was a horrific day for Israel, but October 8th has not arrived, and that is not going to change until hostages are brought home and there is some kind of resolution to this war in Gaza, whatever it may be.
News Nation reporter Robert Sherman. Robert, thank you so much for your update today.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today. We'll stay dry with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Kids are full of energy, but keeping them active in their teen years can be a challenge. Aim for an hour of physical activity every day. If they like sports, that's a great place to start. Keep the focus on fun, not winning, and encourage your child to do a variety of activities. If your child isn't meeting that 60-minute goal, gradually increase their activity in ways they enjoy. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
G and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
People matter isn't just a saying at Harnish Auto Family. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, they've built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Visit harnishautofamily.com to find your next car. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. All eyes are on the Supreme Court as it wraps up its current term. Justices are expected to announce decisions on half a dozen remaining cases next hour. One deals with President Trump's stalled effort to ban birthright citizenship. Correspondent Jan Crawford is in Washington.
I think based on their questions and oral arguments, it seems clear that they are prepared to really rein in the use of these nationwide injunctions, which has exploded dramatically really since 2015.
The Justice Department is investigating hiring at the University of California.
The university has a plan to expand its enrollment and have it better reflect California's diversity by 2030. The Justice Department wants to know if there has been any race or sex-based discrimination in UC's hiring practices. In a statement, the university says it is committed to fair and lawful processes in all its activities. This is just the latest federal probe of the university. The Justice Department is already investigating whether 3 UC campuses are complying with the 2023 Supreme Court decision that banned affirmative action in college admissions. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Some officials in Iran are admitting U.S. strikes caused serious damage to 3 of the country's nuclear facilities. Correspondent Imtiaz Tayyab has been talking to people in Tehran.
Since we arrived in Iran, what struck us is how Iranians from across the political spectrum, and who often agree on very little, were united against what they saw as unprovoked attacks by Israel and the U.S. that killed over 600 Iranians.
An Israel-Iran ceasefire is holding, but a deal to end hostilities in Gaza still elusive. The U.S. State Department has approved $30 million for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. CBS's Robert Berger from Jerusalem.
This is an Israeli and U.S.-backed NGO that was established to ostensibly get the food aid to Palestinian civilians and to bypass Hamas. But it really has not gone well at all. It's been marked by chaos.
A great ball of fire zoomed over parts of the southeast yesterday.
Broad daylight, beautiful day. And here's this big red thing coming out of the sky. So this is another day in South Carolina.
There were more than 150 similar sightings called in, most from South Carolina and Georgia. CBS's Dave Malkoff.
NASA experts say it was a meteor first spotted nearly 50 miles above the town of Oxford, Georgia, rocketing across the sky at 30,000 miles per hour.
S&P is poised for a new record. Futures are up 17. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
At 6:03, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk and check in with Chris Sullivan.
And it is Friday light out there across the board. We're enjoying a pretty good drive to start the day. Looking at about a 35-minute trip or less to make it from Olympia to Tacoma, probably closer to 30 minutes. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running about 35, not really hitting the brakes much at all. The Valley Valley Freeway. A little bit of slowing out of Auburn, but all in all, we've got about a 15-minute drive up to Renton and 35 all the way from the Puyallup area. Not much happening yet through the Renton S-curves. 15 minutes there. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue as we are quiet coming down out of the north end. The lake bridges are quiet as well. This report is brought to you by Kia of Everett. Over 400 tariff-free Kias are available now at Kia of Everett with easy lease financing option. Experience simple, easy, fun Kia of Everett today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Friday morning, 6:04. State Patrol is investigating a deadly drive-by shooting on Highway 167 near Auburn last night.
KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has details.
Troopers say there are 2 cars of interest. They say a man was shot multiple times while driving in the center lane. Troopers say the car was pulled to the right of the shoulder of the freeway with the driver shot dead inside. Troopers are still trying to figure out what led up to this shooting and whether or not it was a targeted attack.
It's obviously a very tragic scene, but there could have been a lot more victims. It was 7:30, that's rush hour.
The only witness on scene described seeing a 1990s maroon Ford Explorer and a 2018 to 2020 silver Subaru BRZ as possible suspect vehicles that drove away.
The suspect remains at large. Investigators are urging anyone with information to come forward.
New this morning, the search for Travis Decker, the man at the center of a manhunt in central Washington, has appeared to have gone cold.
After almost a month of searching, investigators now say they have zero evidence and no proof Decker may be hiding somewhere in the Cascades.
With the update, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover here about DNA matches. Does Decker have a gun? And the first look at the growing bill in this search. So let's start with the evidence. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison now says the blood they found at the campsite where Decker's daughters were found dead is Travis Decker's DNA.
Blood on the back of the tailgate and also the blood on other items there at the initial crime scene.
However, they also tested multiple pieces of evidence from makeshift campsites they found high up in the Cascades, and all of those came back negative.
And nothing that you've seen in the mountains. What about in the mountains?
Nothing in the mountains.
Morrison also told me for the first time that lone hiker they spotted in the enchantments near Kolchak Lake may not have been Decker. Morrison said it could have been a hiker who didn't pay for an overnight camping pass and got scared and ran from helicopters. They just don't know for sure on whether Decker has a gun or not. Morrison told me I think that's tough to tell.
Do you know what kind of guns he owns?
Nope, I just know that he had several firearms, but those, as we understand it, are in the care of his family. Did he hand over every single thing he has? We don't know.
And finally, we're getting a first glimpse at how much the cost we're talking here for search operations.
But in talking with King County, Snohomish County, Spokane County, I believe they were all well over $1 million assisting us. And that was just over a week. Every agency is putting money, time, and effort into this, and that comes with a cost.
Again, $1 million for just 1 week, and that doesn't count for fuel and maintenance of all the helicopters and planes being used. There are 5 different federal agencies working this case. Canadian Mounties also helped track down at least one lead. Charlie and Amanda Morrison tells me, though, this search is important to the community, important to law enforcement, and they're not going to stop until they find Decker.
Thanks, Luke. A Kitsap County woman says she was blindsided after the man convicted of murdering her mother was released from prison early without her knowing.
She spoke with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner, saying she wants to advocate for other families, victim families, that is, so this doesn't happen again.
In 1994, Gerald McCord and Connie Case were murdered by 2 men who were later convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But when one of the men was re-sentenced last year, the family of Connie Case says they were never notified. Case's daughter, Jenny Brideau, says she received a text message only after he was released.
By this point, I'm hysterical.
She says it took the Kitsap County Prosecutor's Office days to admit she should have been notified. She's now fighting to ensure the other man convicted isn't released too. She's also trying to bring awareness to other victims.
There's no way I'm the only one.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, hi.
We've made it to Friday, Amanda.
I know. Isn't that great?
Big weekend in front of you?
Yeah. Yes, actually. You wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'm headed off to east of the mountains. We got another baseball tournament. going to have the finest bat boy in all of Moses Lake.
That's such a bummer. Sam will heal.
Sam will heal. He hurt his wrist, but he wants to be part of the team. So we're going out, and it's going to be fun. Sully, you got big plans?
Let me just tell you the conversation I had now with Tommy.
Yeah.
As we're cleaning everything, he found his skateboard again. And I go, hey, you can finally use that thing now. I wouldn't let him use that while he was playing competitive sports because I was worried he would hurt his wrist. See, I know what you're going to. He was like, yeah, Dad, you never let me do anything like that. I'm like, there was a reason for that.
Yeah. This is a scooter injury. You're absolutely right. Producer David is here. Katrina Gashard is back. And, of course, Nick is running the board, and he's also picking the tunes today.
Thank you, Nick. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up this hour of the show, we'll have our weekly chat with News Nation host Leland Vittert weighing in on the U.S. strikes on Iran and how it's been covered by the media.
Also coming up, some families are ditching smartphones and dialing back to basics. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard will join us to explain.
At 6:09. Since April, commuters throughout Skagit County have been tracked by a camera on the side of I-5.
This pilot program aimed at monitoring speeds just wrapped up, and KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors has the report card.
A speed camera pilot program just wrapped up in Skagit and Spokane counties. The goal was to slow drivers down through sections of state highways that are notorious for speeding. Kyle Miller with WashDOT says he was surprised with the number of excessive speeders.
Run us into about 270 or so, 275 that were observed speeding over 100 miles an hour through those segments. And each one of those segments themselves are about 3 miles each. So it wasn't just a spot in time.
Issuing tickets was not the goal during the 2-month pilot program. Instead, over 16,000 notices were issued encouraging drivers to follow the speed limit or risk future tickets. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
A new report indicates homelessness in Snohomish County is decreasing for the second year in a row. The county released data from their 2025 point-in-time count, a survey done by volunteers each year to track those without permanent housing. The data includes people living on the streets as well as those in emergency and transitional housing. This year found 1,140 people in Snohomish County qualified as homeless. That's a 2% decrease from last year's count. Mohammed Bagara is with Snohomish County Human Services.
Combating homelessness is not an easy task, and every year is a learning curve. But I believe that overall, we are going to provide more resources for our community.
He says while the new data isn't perfect, it does serve as a useful indicator about the county's current needs. The data also used when applying for state and national funding.
Everett is tightening its grip on drug crime hotspots. The city council just renewed a policy that lets judges ban certain people from specific areas. They're called stay out of drug areas, or SODAs. According to the Everett Herald, there are now 10 zones, mostly near parks and busy roads. Police say they use arrest and overdose data to decide where the zones go. A new one was just added near Everett Community College. Officers say complaints about drug activity there have been rising.
A Seattle police officer received one of the country's highest honors in heroism. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas reports Edward Grimmer was awarded the Carnegie Medal for pulling a badly injured man off railroad tracks.
We interviewed the officer last fall.
The worst case scenario was that he was going to fall, and then somehow the worst case scenario became that he was going to fall and get hit by a train. The officer pulled him at the last minute.
The man fell 25 feet off a bridge. Couldn't move. He broke both arms and a leg. The officer got there just in time to pull him to safety, quite literally seconds before that train sped by.
It's now 6:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and we say good morning to KIRO 7's Madeline Ottley.
Hey, good morning and happy Friday. It's sort of icky outside right now. We're waking up to cloudy skies across the region. Some rain showers that are coming down right now in the North Sound, pushing their way out of town. All of us are pretty much going to see those scattered, spotty, light rain chances as the day goes on with those clouds that continue. Our high in Seattle today, 65 degrees, cooler than normal by about 8 degrees. But don't worry if you don't like that, because we are warming up quickly. We're going to dry out for a gorgeous weekend. Tomorrow back in the low 70s, a high of 77 is forecast for Sunday, the day of Seattle's Pride Parade. And then it starts to get hot come Monday. Seattle's high 84 degrees. We're going to stay warm through next week. Friday, just out of view for our models, but Thursday, the day before the 4th of July, is looking really nice, high of 78 so far.
We'll take it. Thank you, Madeline. It's cloudy and 58 in Seattle right now.
It's 6:13. Let's go to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're still enjoying a very good Friday morning. It's Fresh Friday. and Fast Friday, of course, for G, who's in his car, maybe at this point, or getting his coffee. So looking really good. Just a little bit of braking out of Auburn on northbound 167, but just a little bit of yellow, not red. And we have about 36, 37 minutes to make the drive from Puyallup to Renton. Then Renton to Bellevue is only about 15 or 16 minutes. So that's really good. Olympia to Tacoma, freeway speed for you guys the whole way up through Tacoma as well. And really Federal Way all the way up to about the West Seattle Bridge. Under 40 minutes still from Federal Way to Seattle, which is a fabulous number. Out of the north end, still asleep in Snohomish County, which is great. 35 minutes or less to go from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
It's now 6:14. A country singer has proven the show must go on, even with no teeth. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard is here to explain.
I love the way that you read that, Manda. So country star Leanne Rimes was in the middle of her concert here in Washington at the Skagit Casino Resort when all of a sudden...
I was on stage. I feel something pop in my mouth. I've had a lot of dental surgeries, and I have a bridge in the front, and it fell out in the middle of my song.
She says she immediately ran off stage, then came back and made do.
For the rest of the show, I was literally like this, pushing my teeth in.
I cannot imagine. Rimes says the experience was instructive.
I never knew how many F's and thus and sh's that I have in my songs.
Could you imagine how mortifying this must have been?
Poor girl.
Oh, my goodness. And in the audience, I wonder what they were even thinking was going on with her.
Well, that's a good indication. The show must go on.
Indeed.
Yeah, she's a professional.
There you go. Thanks, Katrina.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
On Fridays, we speak with Leland Vittert, host of On Balance, airing weeknights at 6 on News Nation.
When we spoke to you last week, Leland, you were strongly calling for U.S. action on Iran. Hold on. When we spoke to you last week, Leland, you were strongly calling for U.S. action on Iran. Now that that's happened, what are your takeaways?
The world is a safer place, and the world would be a far more safer place without the Ayatollah in power. It is confounding to me why, when we have the Iranian regime on the ropes, and for the first time in 30 years or 40 years, a president has stopped bloviating and waffling and actually taken action, that now there's this sort of desire or willingness to take our boot off the neck of the Iranians. The president announced that he was going to allow the Chinese to buy Iranian oil, which would flow hard cash into the Iranian regime. And two, he seems just fine with the Ayatollah staying in power. There doesn't seem to be a desire to ferment or help or supplement a popular revolution or uprising in the country.
So let's talk about that, because we spoke to your colleague Robert Sherman yesterday. He was with us from Tel Aviv, and I don't know, hearing from him, his general sense is that there may be peace at hand across the Middle East. It sounds like you don't agree with that assessment?
Well, I think you have to ask what peace is. I'm a movie fan, and there's that great line from Air Force One: peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the presence of justice. You're never going to have enduring peace with the Iranian regime still in power, because they are a tyrannical, theocratic regime that chants death to America. And when given the opportunity to rearm and regroup, they will continue on that quest. They've shown that over and over and over again. The idea that you can have some kind of deal with them to stop supporting terrorism, to stop wanting to kill Americans is laughable. Tigers do not change their stripes.
Can we, Leland, go back to the back and forth on how much damage the U.S. strikes actually caused in Iran? How unusual is it for the Defense Intelligence Agency to leak this preliminary information to the media?
I think it's very unusual to have had a leak like this, although very not unusual and pretty routine when it's something that can damage President Trump. There's certainly an effort, a concerted effort to do that and to deny him a success here. I think there's a lot of people who hate Trump more than they love America. both in the media and certainly in Democratic politics in America. That's just the way life is. The larger point, I think, about the DIA assessment is how little we were actually told about it, because the report itself lays out a lot of caveats, right? Which is that this is with low confidence, and it's also a worst case scenario. With sort of like at a bare minimum, we assess with low confidence that it was set back a couple of months. And you have to understand the way the intelligence agencies work is that they start you off with sort of the minimum that they can prove, which is what the report was, but we weren't told any of that. It was sort of an aha. We can prove now that Trump isn't really as successful as everyone thought he was. These were the same people who 2 weeks ago were saying we shouldn't bomb Iran and are now complaining that we didn't bomb Iran enough. So I don't know which one it is.
I want to shift gears in the moments we have left here, Leland, because in your newsletter, warnotes.com, said the other day that the Democrats could have a Tea Party movement of their own brewing. Could you maybe talk about what you're seeing?
Sure. Warnotes.com to subscribe for free. And the point is this. You have Democrats, the establishment Democrats of both the party, the politicians, and the donors, trying to stop a revolution within their own party. And Republicans tried to do this to the Tea Party. The establishment, the Paul Ryan types, the John Boehner types, the Mitt Romney types, the Jeb Bush types, tried to stop MAGA and Trump. They did everything they possibly could, by the way, as did all the donors. And what happened was all the donors flipped to MAGA, and all of the politicians that tried to fight this, even some very big name politicians, were thrown out on their rear ends and replaced by MAGA. I don't root for either side. I call balls and strikes. That's my job, and to tell our viewers what's happening and why it's happening. The only thing I root for is America and apple pie. And I do believe there's a right versus wrong. This isn't a right versus wrong situation. This situation is very simple. You are seeing a revolution inside the Democratic Party, and the Democratic establishment and the donors think they can somehow stop it. You're seeing this with sort of this movement to try to find someone else to run as mayor of New York as an independent, and the Democrats are going to finance it. Give me a break. You cannot stop a revolution inside a political party, and the harder you try, the worse it's going to get, because so many people in the Democratic Party feel abandoned by the establishment and worked over by the establishment. Therefore, they hate the establishment.
You were telling Republicans to take AOC seriously. Why is that?
Because she right now represents, or is sort of heir apparent to the Bernie Sanders movement, which is what this started as. If we want to go back and the analogy breaks down, sure, but Pat Buchanan was the beginning of the MAGA movement. And Bernie Sanders is the beginning of the socialist movement, or the populist socialist movement on the left. And we are now seeing that come to fruition. And AOC, who's easy to laugh at and dismiss for Republicans, is the heir apparent to that movement. And therefore, I would take her very seriously.
All right, Leland Vittert, host of On Balance, weeknight, 6 o'clock on News Nation. Leland, we aren't going to be on 4th of July with you next week, so we will catch you after the holiday.
God bless America.
It's now 6:22. The Supreme Court is winding down its term with several major cases to decide, some specifically tied to major policy changes of President Trump. CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford.
The biggest case involves challenges to President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship. Now, it's important to point out this is not a case about the merits of birthright citizenship, whether people who are in this country illegally, their children would be citizens. The court is not considering that. Instead, it's about the power of federal judges and whether a single federal judge can essentially dictate policy for the entire country by entering these broad nationwide injunctions.
We're going to talk about this with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna coming up at 8:15.
So many key decisions coming up in the next hour and a half or so. All right, it's coming up on 6:23. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads.
We definitely have a key decision to make if you're in the Marysville area.
Yeah.
And that is do not get on 529 between Marysville and Everett at this point. They're having a mechanical problem with the Snohomish River Bridge on southbound 529, and it is blocked. And so you can't get across it. And you got basically nowhere to go. There are a bunch of people trapped there already trying to get through that area. So if that's where you normally go, stick with I-5. I know that goes against everything that you believe in because I-5 is normally worse than 529, but it isn't today. I mean, it is raining up there. But yeah, 529, try to turn around, pick your spot that you can. But right now, that we don't have an ETA. They're just sending their engineers out right now to try to figure out what's happening. Again, that's at the south end of 529, right as you get into Everett. As for I-5 itself, it is quiet, looking really good, even through some rain showers up there in Snohomish County. Some brake lights away from Linwood, but 40 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue is not too bad. We have started to see a little bit of red through the Renton area. We've got about 20 minutes now to make that drive up into Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, a little under 40 minutes. Just some annoying congestion here and there, but nothing really stop and go like we see normally. Olympia to Tacoma, 35 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running under 40, so that's pretty good. Across the lake, though, still slow. Across the lake, all good. What am I don't know. I'm having an existential crisis right now.
Cut 3, 2, 1.
Again, right. Thank you, Charlie. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, ProSculpt.com.
Our forecast as you get ready for the weekend. A little wet in spots this morning. We're seeing some showers, but some sun breaks by afternoon, 66. Improving weather for the weekend. Partly sunny tomorrow, 71, 77 on Sunday. And into Monday, first part of next week, will be in the low 80s. Right now, cloudy and 58 in Seattle.
Coming up, the latest on what we're learning about a drive-by shooting that left a person dead off the side of Highway 167 last night, and also an update on the search for Travis Decker. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular. June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympiChotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With EarnIn, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the EarnIn app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. EarnIn is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 6:31. A deadly drive-by shooting created chaos during rush hour on Highway 167 near Auburn last night.
State troopers say the victim was behind the wheel driving in the center lane when he was shot. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest on the investigation.
Yeah, just crazy. Driving in the middle lane, shot, and he made it over to the shoulder. State troopers told KIRO 7 TV they found the victim dead in the driver's seat along northbound 167.
It's a very concerning, very horrific scene that, I mean, it could have been way more tragic than what it is right now. It's obviously a very tragic scene, but there could have been a lot more victims. It was 7:30, that's rush hour.
Yeah, this happened in the middle of that rush hour traffic spot, 7:30 last night, just before then. And troopers say the only one person called 911. The victim was shot multiple times, they say. Troopers don't know if someone else was in the car, shot him, and then took off. But a witness did describe 2 possible suspect vehicles, a 1990s maroon Ford Explorer and a 2018 silver Subaru BRZ. That's one of those smaller two-door Subarus. State troopers are calling both of those vehicles of interest at this point. Anyone who may have seen those cars, call Washington State Patrol.
All right, that is such a busy section of roadway. I drive by there all the time, so it's scary to hear, Luke. Thank you. 6:33 now.
The search for Travis Decker just hit a frustrating wall. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says none of the DNA found in the mountains recently matches Decker. That includes areas near Leavenworth and Blewett Pass where teams have searched for weeks. Decker, of course, is the father accused of killing his 3 daughters at a remote campsite near Leavenworth.
He's a former soldier and was believed to be hiding in the Cascades. Morrison says they're shifting part of the search to a recovery effort.
There's a possibility that, yes, he could still be alive, and he's just been very fortunate and lucky not to have been caught. We haven't caught on with anything been stolen. Or, yes, the reality is he could have succumbed to injuries. He could have taken his own life, and we're simply looking for a body.
Sheriff says they will keep going until they find him dead or alive.
It's now 6:33. That's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s. And Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And for those of you who use 529, do not get on southbound 529 out of the Marysville area down into Everett. You can't get past the Snohomish River Bridge. The gates are down. It's malfunctioning. They're having a mechanical problem, and you're going to be stuck there until they get their techs out there and they get this thing figured out. I'm seeing a big lineup of cars already coming down out of the Marysville area, and you really have nowhere to go. There's only one way to really turn around there, and it's well before the bridge to go the other direction and get back to I-5. Stay on I-5 if that's what you normally do. It's in fine shape, even though it's raining up there a little bit. It's only 40 minutes to go from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Have picked up a little bit more slowing in the Auburn area. Give yourself 20 minutes to make it up into Renton, and 40 all the way from Puyallup, even though most of Pierce County is quiet. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 22 minutes now. Some slowing now in the middle of the S-curves, but nothing too significant. Across the lake, we're doing really well. 18 over Tiger Mountains, nice and easy. 16 as well is nice and easy between Port Orchard and Tacoma. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and ACs. Home Comfort Alliance's warehouse sale while supplies last. Warehouse clearance, that is. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Looks like we'll have kind of a gray day. A few showers this morning. We dry out by the afternoon. Looking for a high in the mid-60s, low 70s tomorrow, upper 70s Sunday, and the next several days. It's a holiday week for so many. Looking like we'll be in the upper 70s to low 80s through the 4th of July. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 55.
It's 6:35, and that's time for our opening bell report. Thousands of grocery workers across Washington are voting on a new contract. It covers employees at Fred Meyer, QFC, Safeway, and Albertsons. The union says the deal includes wage hikes and better staffing rules. This comes after workers overwhelmingly voted to authorize a strike earlier this month. One longtime cashier in Ballard says she's hopeful. She told King TV the new offer gives them most of what they asked for. The union is recommending a yes vote. If it passes, the contract would last through 2027. Voting wraps up tonight. Results could come soon after.
Meantime, some healthcare workers in Parkland plan to walk off the job next week. They say Multicare has committed unfair labor practices, and they're done waiting. According to the News Tribune, the strike is set to start early Monday morning and last 5 days. It's happening at the Multicare Emergency Facility on Pacific Avenue South. The workers are represented by IAM District 160. They say the company withheld raises, blocked union access, and refused to negotiate key contract terms. Multicare says it is bargaining in good faith and respects the union's right to strike.
If you are an early riser and a Costco executive member, here's some good news. Starting June 30th, Costco is opening its doors earlier for executive members. This is according to a post on the company's Insta page. Stores will now open at 9 in the morning, Sunday through Friday, but only executive members can shop during that first hour. Saturdays, you'll get a 30-minute head start. Everyone else, you still get in at 10 on weekdays, 9:30 on Saturdays. Executive memberships cost more, but now come with a little extra time.
A big hotel in Mount Lake Terrace is getting a new life as housing. Kirkland-based Sage Investment Group has bought the Studio 6 Hotel for $12 million. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, this one's on Van Rye Boulevard near the freeway. It has 119 rooms now, will be 120 studio units. Company says the conversion should be done next year. They've done similar projects in Fife and Tacoma.
European Union leaders are considering what kind of deal, if any, can be made with the U.S. before the July 9th deadline, when tariffs as high as 50% on most EU countries are scheduled to take effect. At the summit meeting yesterday in Brussels, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said this.
Today, we received the latest U.S. document for further negotiations. We are assessing it right now. So our message today is clear. We are ready for a deal. At the same time, we are preparing for the possibility that no satisfactory agreement is reached. This is why we consulted on a rebalancing list, and we will defend the European interest as needed. In short, all options remain on the table.
On Wall Street, the S&P 500 has now reached a record high, its all-time high at 6159.07. That's up almost 18 points. On the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it is also up today, 193 points it's gained so far. And the NASDAQ is ahead by 67 points.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. And know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new Vaccine Advisory Committee endorsed fall flu vaccinations yesterday for just about every American, but the group says people should only be given shots free of an ingredient anti-vaccine groups have falsely tied to autism. Kennedy replaced the previous 17-member panel with 8 people of his choosing. Washington Democratic U.S. Representative Kim Schreier is a pediatrician.
RFK Jr., who has brought people with fringe medical opinions not based on science into the very agency that is charged with protecting public health.
Kennedy said this week he fired the original panel because they had conflicts of interest with the pharmaceutical industry. He says the panel had been the template for medical malpractice for decades.
It's now 6:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're looking at a traffic alert for southbound 529. It's closed at the Snohomish River Bridge. We'll talk about it coming up next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
RV buyers save thousands at the 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Huge discounts on new and used models. Meet factory reps. Enjoy free lunch. Every purchase includes a $500 parts coupon, a free E2 hitch for travel trailers, plus a year's worth of free camping. The 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe. Hosted by Open Road RV. Free parking and admission.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At 6:43, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we've got a 2-mile backup on southbound 529 getting out of Marysville, heading down into Everett. And it is not going to move anytime soon, because 529 is closed at the Snohomish River Bridge. The gates are down, and there are people just trapped there because at that point you can't really turn around. The only other spot to turn around is a little bit further to the north. They're having a mechanical issue with the bridge, and WashDOT is trying to figure out what's happening so they can get this thing open. But right now, they can't. And so avoid southbound 529 getting out of the Marysville area. A lot more people now on the I-5 corridor right by that exit who might have gotten off at 529, but a little slowing in Marysville. But after that, it's not bad the rest of the way down on I-5. We do have some showers to deal with, but then a little bit away from Linwood on 5 and 405. But 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is pretty good. 405 now northbound now kind of getting into the act. 25 minutes there, really starting to bog down right by the Maple Valley Highway up past Sunset. But after that, it's not too bad. A little bit of northbound slowing right at the Michigan curve on northbound I-5 getting past the north end of Boeing Field. About 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 as well from Puyallup to Renton. You just hit the brakes at Auburn and at the north end part of the drive. Across the lake, though, we're doing really well. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs are good, range-free or better. Mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family, locally fresh, Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
Our forecast, we might see some sun breaks by late afternoon, but until then, mostly cloudy skies, a few little showers here and there. For tomorrow, though, drying out, will be partly sunny and 71, 77 in the Sunshine Sunday and into the 80s for the first part of next week. It is cloudy and 58 in Seattle right now.
At 6:45, pop star Sabrina Carpenter making headlines again. Here's Katrina Gishard.
Fans are fiercely divided on Sabrina Carpenter's album cover for her upcoming Man's Best Friend. All right, I'll explain all the drama. The original image had Sabrina on her hands and knees with a man in a suit grabbing her hair. It set the internet ablaze with hot takes, and even advocacy groups weighed in. So Sabrina released an alternate photo for the album. The new black and white album cover is a lot more toned down. It shows her hand on a man's shoulder as she looks away from the camera. In the caption on social media, the Grammy winner says the new photo was approved by God. Man's Best Friend comes out later in August.
She is pulling a total Madonna, right? This is exactly what Madonna did for every album in the 80s, and she's running that playbook, Katrina.
Yep. She is, and we're talking about it.
There you go. It's 6:45, and you stay right there because you're coming up with your parenting feature, talking about how some parents are dialing back on smartphones.
Indeed. All about it next.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit harnishautofamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
6:48, Friday morning. From screen time struggles to digital boundaries, parenting has entered a whole new era.
Indeed. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here with more.
We all know the push to get kids off screens and into the real world is a hot topic, and it's gaining even more traction thanks to the best-selling book, The Anxious Generation. Author and social psychologist Jonathan Haidt talked to CBC about his research and how the smartphone profoundly changed consciousness and even the human experience.
This is very different from television. A television set was entertaining, but a television couldn't train you. It didn't reward certain responses. Whereas a touch screen is very good at giving you a stimulus, you make a response, you touch, and then you get a reward. That's how you train a dog, that's how you train a circus elephant, and that's how you train a child.
And he says even before we look at the evidence around kids living phone-centered lives, we need to step back and define what childhood actually is.
The kids are looking for influence. That's what human childhood is about, is you're developing skills in play, but you're also looking for role models. You're copying the kids who are a little older. You're copying the adults, some of the adults. And we've stopped being good role models for them. Instead, we say, okay, fine. You know, you're 10. You say all your friends have a phone and Instagram. Okay, go ahead.
So get this, parents in a Portland, Maine community did something unique when their kids begged for cell phones. They caved, but kind of. They got their kids' phones, but the bulkier kind, the ones with the long squiggly cord. Do you remember those? I'm talking about landlines. So as reported in The Atlantic, it all started when one intrepid mom named Karen Morse and her soon-to-be 10-year-old daughter wanted a phone. Morse is actually a mental health provider who really knows what smartphones can increase anxiety and depression in teens and also shorten their attention spans. So she got her daughter a landline, encouraged the other parents to do the same. And guess what happened? About 15 to 20 families in this community installed landlines. All the parents' kids create their own group of friends who communicate the old-fashioned way. Then another beautiful thing happened with the kids. Their parents report their kids became better listeners, more willing to engage people in conversation, and not just on the phone, but in person, in real life. And the kids also learned important phone etiquette. So would you want something like this to catch on?
100%. Yes.
Absolutely. Probably. I don't think it's very realistic, though.
Oh, it's not, but it's lovely.
I mean, I want to have a pony too, but I look at the kids. I have two teenagers now, right? Sam's about to turn 13, Lily's 17. It is akin to maybe them losing a hand if they weren't to have a smartphone now. It feels like that pony's out of the barn.
Yeah,
but
I see that.
At the same time, it's leverage, right?
For sure.
With the kids, if Sam does something, one of the punishments is the boom drop is
goodbye phone.
Goodbye phone. You're going to this dumb cell phone. So we take a SIM card out and we put it in, an old Nokia, and he is not happy about it. I know some older parents might be thinking right now, well, just take even that cell phone away. That is almost impossible with kids today. So
true.
I can tell you from the north end of where your kids are in terms.
Yeah.
If this doesn't change, the next two generations will have absolutely zero conflict resolution skills, zero public speaking skills. Mm-hmm. Tommy's 23, just got out of college, and I see so many of his friends or just people of that age who cannot express themselves
Mm-hmm.
in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not overhyping this.
No, it's scary.
They cannot talk to people or look them in the eye. And I don't know where we're going to be in 20 years if this keeps going.
In 10 years, my daughter's going to be of the age where kids now are kind of starting to get their smartphones and stuff. And my wife and I are talking about it all the time. What are we going to do? What is it going to look like then? And this idea of still having a phone they can connect with their friends, but not having something that has every single thing at their fingertips seems like a decent compromise.
Actually, don't worry about it, guys, because AI will help them communicate and it'll write it for them, okay?
That's exactly what's going to happen, probably in 10 years or less.
Yeah, employers really love soft skills until they're all gone.
Thank you, Katrina. Appreciate the update. Nice. It's 6:53, and we have a traffic alert with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, we do. A traffic alert in the Marysville area for those of you who not only use 529, but just in the general area now. Bill in Marysville told me that he heard about this for me just enough time to avoid 529. Here's what's going on. The Snohomish River Bridge is malfunctioning on southbound 529 at the Snohomish River, so at the south end right as you get into Everett. And so the gates are down, and you cannot go any further south. This is backed up all the way into downtown Marysville, all the way back to 4th Street, past the Albertsons. So basically State Street, 4th Street, all of those, or State Ave, are all just bumper to bumper now. Don't get on 529. You're not going to go anywhere. And we're definitely now actually starting to see a backup on I-5 because people realize they can't get off there, so now they're sticking with I-5, and there's a lot of weaving and merging going on right there. So plan on a couple of extra minutes on I-5 because of this closure of 529. WashDOT's getting its engineers out there, but they're not sure what's going on yet. Once you make it to I-5, or if you stick with I-5, Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue is not going to be bad. 40 minutes. 40 minutes is what you're going to need from Federal Way to Seattle, maybe a little over, depending on how you hit the brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge. Valley Freeway, Puyallup to Renton, not bad at all. 40 minutes for you guys. Olympia to Tacoma's closer to a half an hour. Starting to see a little braking on the east slope of Tiger Mountain as you work your way eastbound 18 up to I-90. Lake bridges, though, are great. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be pretty gray for today, headed for a high of 66. A few showers here and there. You might see a few sun breaks by late afternoon. Tomorrow, though, looks great. 71, partly sunny, 77 on Sunday with mostly sunny skies. And the weather, nice weather, continues into the first part of next week. Will be 84 on Monday. Right now in Seattle, mostly cloudy skies. It's 58.
Well, the Supreme Court is expected to issue its final decisions of the year in the coming hour or so. CBS will keep us up on top of that. And then at 7:15, we hear from the first Seattle area head chef of Canlis. He's from local. James Huffman joins us here on Seattle's Morning News. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
12s, it's go time. Seahawks training camp powered by Boeing kicks off July 23rd through August 12th at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Join us lakeside for a first look at your 2025 Seahawks as they put in work and gear up for a milestone 50th season. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
At Carter Subaru, your drive begins with savings. With over 300 new vehicles in stock, shop your way, in-store or from home. Plus, when you buy from Carter, you support our community. Visit Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Supreme Court is expected to announce the final 6 decisions of its term any minute now. Correspondent Jan Crawford is in Washington with one of the most anticipated.
I think the biggest case is about President Trump and centers on challenges to his executive order targeting birthright citizenship. Now, this is not a case about the merits of birthright citizenship, but instead it focuses on the power of federal judges, whether one federal judge can dictate policy for the entire country by issuing these broad nationwide injunctions.
Others deal with requiring age verification for accessing online porn. Another, what kids learn in class.
We have got a big case from Maryland on whether parents with deeply held religious beliefs can opt their elementary school-age children out of lessons that feature storybooks that embrace gender identity and LGBTQ themes.
As his self-imposed deadline of the 4th of July approaches, President Trump is zeroing in on his tax cut and spending bill, the one he calls big and beautiful. CBS's Weijia Jiang is at the White House.
For Republicans, it's tricky. There are some fiscal hawks who say it is simply too expensive and there needs to be more cuts. And there are some moderates who are really worried about tougher restrictions on benefits when it comes to things like food stamp programs, like SNAP and Medicaid. And so there's a lot of internal conversation.
The USNS Harvey Milk, named for California's first openly gay politician, is now the USNS Oscar V. Peterson. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says they're taking the politics out of ship naming, opting to pay tribute to the man at the helm when the USS Neosho came under attack by the Japanese in the Battle of the Coral Sea during World War II. He died in battle. Milk served in the Korean War, but had to leave the service because of his sexuality or face court-martial. Sean Sean Combs' defense team is expected to make its final case at closing arguments in New York today, following a decision not to have the rap mogul testify in his sex trafficking case. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
They're going to use it as a show of confidence, that they really made their case by cross-examining the prosecution's witnesses, and that they feel enough reasonable doubt was cast on these charges that they didn't need to put someone on the stand.
Anna Winter out as longtime editor-in-chief at Vogue, but she's not going far. CBS's Adriana Diaz.
The 75-year-old told staff she's focusing on global roles with Condé Nast and Vogue as the magazine seeks a newly created head of editorial content.
S&P's just hit a new record high. Right now it's up 31. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 Friday morning. Let's head over to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it is not Friday light for those of you in the Marysville area. I can only tell you to not get on 529 southbound between Marysville and Everett. You're just going to be trapped because the Snohomish River Bridge is malfunctioning. The gates are still down and the cars are trapped there basically. And people are trying to turn around and head back the other way, middle of the area right around the Union Slough and whatnot. But it's just not a good idea to even try it. I mean, we're even backed up all the way through Marysville itself on State Ave and 4th Street. So plan on big time delays in that general area. A little spillover onto I-5 at this point, but it's more than manageable. Once you get through that, though, about 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. A little over 40 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle because of the brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge. Probably need about 25 minutes out of the South Center area. Renton to Bellevue is about 20. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, only 40 from Puyallup to Renton. All of Pierce and Thurston counties look quiet. This report brought to you by the Harnish Auto family. Over 40 years, the Harnish Auto family has built stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Find your next car at harnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04, and we're following the latest developments on that fatal drive-by shooting on Highway 167 near Auburn last night.
State troopers say the victim was shot several times while he was driving in the center lane. And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest on the investigation.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. He was driving and somehow made it over to the shoulder along northbound 167, and state troopers say only one person called 911. Troopers also tell KIRO 7 TV when they got there, the victim was dead in the driver's seat.
It's a very concerning, very horrific scene that, it could have been way more tragic than what it is right now. It's obviously a very tragic scene, but there could have been a lot more victims. It was 7:30, that's rush hour.
Troopers say the victim was shot multiple times. They don't know if someone else was in the victim's car and then took off. A witness described two possible suspect vehicles, a 1990s maroon Ford Explorer and a 2018 silver Subaru BRZ. That's one of those smaller, kind of lower to the ground, two-door Subarus. State troopers are calling both of those vehicles of interest. Anyone who has any information about those cars, call Washington State Patrol. But, we're talking about 7:30 at night, Charlie. I know you commute that area back and forth. Maybe not at that time, but that's scary.
In the afternoon commute, that's where it really starts backing up as people are headed to Bonnie Lake and to Puyallup. And that is right where it is so busy so often.
Incredible. One person called 911.
Okay.
Incredible.
Thank you, Luke. 7:06 now. No sign of Travis Decker, at least not in the mountains.
Decker, of course, the father accused of killing his 3 daughters in late May. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says none of the DNA found recently in the Cascades matches Decker. That includes evidence from deep in the woods near Leavenworth and Blewett Pass. Morrison says they're committed to finding Decker, dead or alive.
So the search continues, and I know that people are starting to lose interest in this. Our agency is not going to lose interest. We recognize that this could be a long game. We don't give up.
Because of the lack of DNA or any other clues in the woods, Morrison says they don't have any proof Decker is hiding in the Cascades.
The city of Snoqualmie is suing the city of North Bend, claiming they broke their policing partnership. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas with details.
North Bend City Council voted to break 14 years of partnership with the city of Snoqualmie, opting instead to go after a new agreement with King County Sheriffs. Well, at the time, they said the partnership with the sheriff would provide more flexibility for things like officer salaries, facility upgrades, training costs. Well, now Snoqualmie is suing over what they're calling, quote, failing to continue good faith discussions toward entering a new interlocal agreement, end quote. North Bend paid the city for police services, and even after the split was announced, the two worked out a deal to keep those services running while this was being resolved. But now they say the fee was less than the service cost, and Snoqualmie residents had to pay for the rest.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
That's a Friday song, if ever I heard one.
Yeah, wake me up.
It's Friday, June 27th already.
Busy day. I'm Charlie with Manda. Got Sully over there keeping an eye on the roads for us with that bridge opening. It's a good idea to avoid that area right now.
Yeah, 529. Do not get on it southbound out of Marysville. You're not going to go anywhere.
Great. Good reason to not go that way. Producer David Burbank is here. Katrina Gishard is at the news desk, and Nick Kreischer is at the controls, picking all the music.
And we're keeping an eye on the headlines. Right now, the Supreme Court has just issued its ruling on birthright citizenship, part of the case, and that is whether a district court is allowed to issue a nationwide injunction. It looks by a 6-3 vote that they have placed limits on district court's ability to do so. We'll have our interview with former state attorney general Rob McKenna coming up at 8:15.
Also, we're going to hear from James Huffman, the new executive head chef at Seattle's legendary Canless restaurant. He's the first Seattle area native head chef of that critically acclaimed restaurant.
It's a busy hour because we also have the Rick Riz Show. He will join us at 7:35 from Arlington, Texas. And G. Scott drops by with the controversy surrounding Jeff Bezos' wedding in Venice.
Is he getting married? Just joking. It's 7:09. There is a section of I-5 that's notorious for speeding through Skagit County, and recently a pilot program kept tabs with a highway speed camera.
KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors explains the goal was not to issue tickets, but rather slow drivers down.
If you were speeding through Skagit County recently, there's a good chance a temporary speed camera caught you. A 2-month pilot program just wrapped up in Skagit and Spokane counties aiming to improve highway safety. 16,000 notices were mailed to speeders encouraging them to obey the speed limit or risk future tickets. Speeds did drop overall during the program, according to WashDOT's Kyle Miller.
I mean, just looking at the data at a high level, I could see a drop, but to what percentage or to what speeds, that's still further down the road that we're going to be working on.
277 drivers were caught going 100 miles per hour or more. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
A truck driving school in Auburn is at the center of a bribery investigation. According to King TV, Skyline CDL School is accused of paying off a tester to pass students. State investigators say they mailed envelopes full of cash, some labeled with birth dates. Many students never took the test, but still got licenses. State retested 74 drivers. Most of them failed. More than 100 licenses have now been canceled. The DOL says this was a serious threat to public safety. Skyline's license was pulled in December and the school shut down in March.
A murderer released from prison without notice to the victim's family. That's what unfolded in Kitsap County 30 years after the murder of Gerald McCord and Connie Case. 2 men were convicted of the crime, sentenced to life in prison, but last year one of the men was resentenced and released. Jeannie Brito says she was not notified by text only after one of her mother's killers was set free.
By this point, I'm hysterical. I am like, oh my God, are they both out? What happened? I just don't have any information.
According to Brito, it took the prosecutor's office days to admit she should have been notified. She says notification isn't just a courtesy, but a safety matter.
A Seattle police officer is being honored for risking his life to save someone else's. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi.
Last October, a 57-year-old man experiencing a mental health crisis was sitting on a ledge high above train tracks. Officers tried to talk him down.
I want to help you, and I need you to hear me when I say that.
But he fell 25 feet onto the tracks and into the path of an oncoming train. With just seconds to spare, Officer Edward Grimmer pulled the man to safety. The train narrowly missed his legs and Grimmer's head by just a couple of feet.
Hey, get ready to pull it.
Grimmer is now being awarded the Carnegie Medal for Heroism, which is given throughout the U.S. and Canada to people who put themselves in extreme danger while trying to save another person's life. The Seattle Police Foundation and SPD also awarded Officer Grimmer the Medal of Honor, the highest award given to sworn and civilian employees. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
It's now 7:12. And time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Ottley joins us. Good morning.
Good morning to you and happy Friday. It's going to be a beautiful weekend ahead, but we do have to get through some gloomy, icky, cloudy weather first. We've got clouds we're waking up to region-wide. Some areas today are going to see spotty, light rain showers. They don't really hang out in any one place too long, but you might get a few sprinkles as you head out for your Friday. Our temperatures today, high in Seattle set for 65 degrees, cooler than normal by about 8 degrees. We are going to warm up, though, and we're going to warm up pretty significantly. Low 70s here in Seattle tomorrow, mid to upper 70s as we look towards Sunday, the day of Seattle's Pride Parade. The high set for 77. Monday is when we really get hot, the hottest of our warming trend that we're going to see. Seattle's high is set for 84. We'll stay warm through next week. I know a lot of people are asking about Friday, 4th of July. It's still just out of view on our forecast models, but the rest of the week is looking really nice. The day before the 4th of July, we're set for a high of 78 here in Seattle.
All right, thank you. It's 58 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
At 7:13, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we have some pretty good showers, actually, over the I-5 corridor up in the Marysville area, kind of in the convergence zone, little spots north. And that's right where my pinpoint it really is because 529 southbound remains blocked at the Snohomish River. The bridge is malfunctioning, and so the gates are down, and you cannot cross the Snohomish River. So that means 529 is blocked. They're in the process of trying to block it there at Marysville so people can't get off the freeway and try to take it. So what this has done is it's backed us up all the way into Marysville for people who got on 529, and it's also adding a little extra weaving and merging on southbound I-5 because, people who would normally get off there can't. So the good news is through the showers, you're going to make it back into Everett really easily. I mean, there's not a lot of action on the freeway. And in fact, away from Linwood even, we look pretty good. We're under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Northbound I-5 is starting to struggle a little bit more past the West Seattle Bridge. We've got about 25 minutes now to go from South Center to downtown and about 40 all the way from Federal Way, which again is a win. Puyallup to Renton, under 40 minutes. That's great. The Valley Freeway is only 25. The S-curves are a little active, but you get out of them faster than you normally do. And the lake bridges are fine. This traffic report is brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package for healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
It's 7:14. Sharks aren't the only dangers at the beach, as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
It was a horrific accident making headlines this week. A lifeguard at a beach on the Jersey Shore was impaled by an umbrella that went through her arm. The 18-year-old, whose name is Alex, says she was trying to tie the umbrella to the lifeguard stand when
the wind came and blew the umbrella off the stand. I went to catch it and it pulled me off stand with it, and I landed on the pole.
Alex says her fellow lifeguards had to hold the pole in place while first responders got a bandsaw to cut both ends. She was released from the hospital and is now recovering at home. Alex says she plans on going back to her lifeguard duties after her 6-week recovery because she feels her job is rewarding.
That's quite the reward.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Thanks, Katrina. It's 7:15.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Well, one of Seattle's most iconic kitchens is being run now by a hometown chef.
This is so cool. Joining us on Seattle's Morning News right now is James Huffman. He's from Lake Forest Park, now the executive chef at Canlis, perched above Lake Union. Congratulations, James.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
So tell us about your journey here. You're the first Seattle-born chef to become the man at Canlis. Tell us how you got here.
Yeah, in high school, I started working in restaurants. And at the time while I was in high school, I didn't really know that I wanted to adventure into being a chef or working in kitchens. And eventually, shortly after I graduated from high school, I kind of just figured out through my love for the restaurant industry really kind of blossomed in my senior year of high school. I met my wife in high school who's Filipino and got introduced to like Filipino cuisine. And I was just blown away because I'd never tasted and had food like that before. All of that just kind of accumulated to me eventually being like, oh, I think I want to like try cooking as a living. And I went to culinary school, probably 6 months after I graduated high school. And from there, I didn't really like look back. It was just like something that came very natural to me. And I wanted to continue exploring what it looked like to pursue it as a career. And I started working at some like pretty reputable restaurants pretty quickly. One of them being Purple Wine Bar and Cafe, which I believe now they only have 2 locations, but at the time they had one in Kirkland. And that's where I primarily worked. And then after a year working there, I worked at a restaurant called Cafe Juanita, which is owned by Holly Smith, and that's also in Kirkland. And it's a very reputable restaurant. Honestly, when I first started working there, it might have had a bigger reputation at the time than maybe Canlis did. And then eventually the next step for me felt like going to Canlis. So after a few years at Cafe Juanita, I ended up at Canlis, and that was roughly 9 years ago.
So you've been there all this time, just named executive chef. What lessons did you learn back in the early days at places like Purple that you keep with you now at Canlis?
Yeah, Purple was a restaurant that was just the culture there was like you just worked super hard. Everybody was fast at their job. So I was just surrounded by people who were extremely talented and extremely fast. And I was just a young kid. I was like 19 years old working in a kitchen around a bunch of adults. And I really just got the sense for like the sense of urgency, the pacing, and just what it looks like to just be generally like a hard worker. And honestly, they put out really good food. The restaurant put out yummy food. And so I definitely got a sense for building flavor profiles in that restaurant because they just did a lot of really classic, yummy food that you would expect to eat in like, a Pacific Northwest restaurant. And then with Holly at Cafe Juanita, that was where I really kind of dived into like what it was like to work in a fine dining space and using kind of old school techniques with a lot of elegance and refinement. I really learned how to like use my knife really, really well. The amount of knife work we had to do in that restaurant was pretty intimidating. But there's only one good way to get good at that stuff, and it's just to do it over and over and over again. And then when I got to Canlis, I felt very confident in like my abilities technically to be able to learn and grow with like more modern fine dining techniques, while also learning how to be, a really like respectful professional and person.
So Canlis is kind of a legendary restaurant, and here you are at the helm. You've talked about all this experience that has led up to this. How does that translate into what one of your restaurant customers will experience when they go and dine at Canlis?
That's a good question. I think we at Canlis just want to always invite people into trusting us and our hospitality, and just kind of letting us take the lead. And hopefully it's the best experience that we can offer aligns with like what people are looking for.
It is an extraordinary experience. For people who know and love Canlis already, please tell us the salad is not going away. And then tell us what is changing. What have you brought to the menu? What's changing?
Yeah, salad's not going anywhere.
Sweet.
Currently, the way that we have the salad set up is it's like an additional charge to the menu, and the servers make it table side, which is kind of like the old school way of doing it. Yeah, it's on the menu, and I don't see that going away anytime soon. I think it's a fun experience to be able to like look at all the new and different things that the restaurant has been doing for like the last decade, if not longer, while also paying homage to the history in the past by still serving the Canlis salad. So I don't ever see that going away anytime soon. And, honestly, I think with Canlis, this is something that they've been doing for a long time, ever since, the era of Jason Franey. And that's just supporting our local producers and farmers and making sure that, we're honoring the product that they produce by obviously cooking it and making it delicious, and also making sure that the things don't go to waste.
Okay, you are a local guy. I've got to know, when, of course, you're not at a fine dining establishment, what is your go-to fast food?
Well, I mean, Dick's Cheeseburgers is always going to be
another
and it's so
institution.
funny because I work with a ton of people who, are transplants in Seattle, and a lot of people don't get Dick's. They're like, it's not that good. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. It's like a nuanced thing. It's like what I grew up with. And you got to have it like when it's busy at night, and so everything's like as fresh as possible.
Taco time?
Big fan of Taco Time. Absolutely. Yeah. The way they run their program in Washington is extremely impressive. And I think people should do more studies on their business program, especially obviously because like once you go outside of Washington and you go to a Taco Time, it's completely different.
Counterfeit Taco Time.
Yeah.
All right. We're talking with James Huffman, the new executive chef at Canlis. I have to know, because one of my favorite TV shows, the new season of The Bear, premiered this week. Do you watch The Bear, and is it an adequate portrayal of the restaurant biz?
I watched The Bear.
Oh, yay.
I love The Bear. It is slightly dramatized to an extreme, but there is still so much relevance within that like dramatization. They do a good job.
Okay. Well, I've already watched the first episode of the new season. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
But it's really good. You'll like it. All right. Well, James Huffman, Lake Forest Park, born and raised, and now the big cheese at Canlis. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the new role, and can't wait to see your continued success.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate you guys reaching out and making this happen. It's a lot of fun.
That is so cool. Good for him.
I think Big Cheese is also not necessarily his exact title.
No,
I didn't see anything
chef.
big on their menu, especially not cheese.
It's cuisine, Sully. It's
fine dining.
Wow. Philistine.
Let's move along and talk about traffic, shall we?
Dinner shouldn't cost a hotel night.
Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Unless you're staying at Motel 6 like I normally do. Looking at the biggest issue on the board right now is right there in Marysville. 529 southbound remains closed at the Snohomish River Bridge. Bridge is malfunctioning. The gates are down. You can't go any further. You can't get into Everett. We are backed up into Marysville. We're now seeing a definite spillover onto the freeway itself. So plan on delays in that area. Maybe a couple of extra minutes getting you down into Everett on I-5. There are some rain showers up there as well. Then you have about 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. For those of you trying to head east at this point, trying to get over to the Snoqualmie Pass area, about milepost 45, kind of near Tinkham Road, we're getting reports of a rolled semi. That's right there in the construction zone as well. So waiting to get more information on that, but that could leave a tremendous mark on the drive for people trying to head east today. Renton to Bellevue, about 25 minutes, 40 from Federal Way to Seattle. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for the Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets, nwhopeandhealing.org.
Looks like we'll have clouds today, a chance of showers, mainly to the north of Seattle and toward the coast. Highs in the mid-60s, upper 60s, low 70s tomorrow. Sun on Sunday as well, and a nice warm week in front of us. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds and it's 56.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest on the search for Travis Decker, and it's the Rick Riz Show coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit WaFdBank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Hartley and Brent Wilcox talking about Wilcox Family Farms.
Dad, I've really enjoyed all the community events we've been doing. One question I get asked a lot is, how long has our family had the farm? When I tell them since 1909, they're surprised. Why do you think that is?
I imagine it's because that's a long time, and many farms have been bought by big corporations that put profits first.
Growing up on the farm, I feel like we put people and the well-being of our hens first.
We do, and as you know, free-range and mobile pasture hens have organic soil to forage and do what they naturally would do. This takes more time and money, but it's the right thing to do. It's better for the hens and makes for great tasting eggs.
I agree. Here is Mike to tell you where you can find locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs.
For fresh, local, pasture-raised, omega-3, hard-boiled, and other fresh eggs, choose Wilcox Family Farms. Look for Wilcox eggs at Town and Country Markets, Fred Meyer, and Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. Developing news this morning. The Supreme Court says the Trump administration can start enforcing parts of its birthright citizenship order.
This was a 6-3 ruling. The justices said lower courts likely went too far by blocking the order nationwide. Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote, courts can't oversee the executive branch. They can only handle specific legal disputes. The justices did not rule on whether the president's order is legal.
It denies citizenship to children born in the U.S. if their parents are here illegally or only temporarily. 18 states and immigrants' rights groups are suing to stop it. It can now go into effect in 30 days. Justice Sonia Sotomayor read her dissent aloud in court. The Justice Department says too many sweeping injunctions are getting in the way of government policy.
New this morning, the search has appeared to have gone cold in the search for Travis Decker, the fugitive at the center of a weeks-long manhunt in central Washington.
After nearly a month combing the Cascades, investigators now say they have fewer leads and no solid evidence that Decker is in the mountains.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is tracking the latest developments, including how much the search for Decker has cost so far. Luke?
It's a big bill, and it's growing. First, though, let's talk about this. The Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison now says the DNA they collected at the campsite where deputies found the bodies of the Decker girls is Travis Decker's DNA.
Blood on the back of the tailgate and also the blood on other items there at the initial crime scene.
However, when I asked Morrison about any DNA matches to the evidence they found at makeshift campsites high up in the Cascades.
And nothing that you've seen in the mountains. What about in the mountains?
Nothing in the mountains.
So the only place they now know for sure Decker has been is at that campsite. They now say they have no proof he's hiding in the Cascades, including that lone hiker they spotted in the encampments during the first week of the search. Morrison now tells me that could have been a hiker who didn't pay for an overnight camping pass, got scared when he saw helicopters, and ran. They just don't know for sure. And finally, we're getting that first glimpse at how much the cost is rising for search operations.
But in talking with King County, Snohomish County, Spokane County, I believe they were all well over $1 million assisting us. And that was just over a week. Every agency is putting money, time, and effort into this, and that comes with a cost.
Again, that's $1 million for the first week, and that does not count for fuel and maintenance of all the helicopters and planes involved. There are 5 different federal agencies working this case, and Canadian Mounties actually helped track down a lead as well. But Morrison tells me, this search is important to the community. It's important to the family members of those 3 girls, important to law enforcement. They're not going to stop until they find Decker. But Charlie and Amanda, we cannot overlook at this point, all of these things are painting a picture that the search is growing colder, and they're most likely going to need a big break.
Luke, thank you. Coming up, we will have Rick Riz with the Rick Riz Show. But first, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we've got 2 very interesting things going on this morning, both unusual. Going to go with the original, which is southbound 529 is closed out of the Marysville area. It's a problem with the bridge at the Snohomish River. So the gates are down and you cannot cross the river. And so we are backed up all the way into Marysville. So don't even think about getting on 529 in the southbound direction. We're seeing a little extra weaving and merging now through I-5 in Marysville, so a couple of minutes lost there. Also, 204 is really slow with people coming that direction to get down over to I-5. The other issue we have is for those of you heading east trying to get across Snoqualmie Pass, about milepost 45, about Tinkham Road, we've got a rolled semi, so only one of the lanes is open there. So 1 out of 2 is open. The third is gone for construction. So we've got, well, there never was a third there. They're building a third, but so only 1 lane is open. Rest of the map, definitely seeing a lot more action through the Renton S-curves, 30-minute drive for you guys up to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is only 40 from end to end. Northbound 5 from Federal Way to Seattle up to about 45 minutes, with 30 of those minutes from South Center. This report brought to you by Subaru Puyallup. It has you covered with over 300 new Subarus. Come out now and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car. Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Pretty gray for your Friday. We might see some peaks of sunshine by afternoon, a high of 66, but all in all, mostly cloudy with some rain in spots. Tomorrow, drying out, partly sunny and 71, 77 in the sunshine on Sunday, and we'll be into the low 80s for Monday and Tuesday. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 58.
Fly ball deep to left field, and this one is goodbye baseball, and the Mariners win it.
The Rick Riz Show.
A swing and a miss, came back with a splitter for strike 3.
The legendary Mariners broadcaster joins Seattle's Morning News every Friday to talk about the biggest stories with the Mariners.
It is grand salami time. A walk-off grand slam.
Well, it's that time. One of my favorite times of the week when we get to talk to Rick. And Rick, you are in Arlington, Texas today. We're getting ready for a big series against the Rangers. It's really tight in the AL West. Tell us how important this series is.
Oh, Charlie, Manda, David, great to be with you. It's about 82 degrees already here at Arlington. I've been up, had my coffee, doing my notes here. It's always a big series. Anytime you play within your division. Just 2 years ago, this ball club won the World Series. And everything has been so tight the last 3 years that every game is so important, whether you play it in April at the end of September. And because if you're battling for a wild card spot or hopefully a division title, that's their goal. You know, if things are really tight, it comes down to head-to-head competition. So everything is big. The Mariners came away with a split of the recent 4-game series in Minnesota. The Rangers have been right around 500, 5-5 the last 10 games. They're a game under 500. So this is a big series for both these ball clubs to hang in there because Houston is playing, lights out baseball right now. I think they've won about 26 of their last 33 games, something crazy like that.
Rick, there were some scary moments with Mitch Garver last night. What happened?
Yeah, man. He took a foul ball at the point of his mask, and what it did was it really jerked his neck down and his jaw. And so I was watching to see the trainer. Mariners have a great training staff. Kyle Torgerson went out there, and I think he did the quick concussion protocol, but they were more concerned about his jaw. And so I think, I saw Mitch on the bus, on the plane, and here at the hotel yesterday. So I haven't heard anything official. I saw that maybe Harry Ford has been called up, but nothing official as of yet. I just haven't heard anything, but hopefully he's going to be all right. But that's a nasty hit when they take a 100-mile-an-hour pitch off a foul ball off the point of your mask. Hopefully it hits you square on top because that really jerks your neck and can create a problem. So we'll find out later on about the condition of Mitch Garver.
And in case he does get called up, who is Harry Ford?
Harry Ford is a talented kid, first-round pick, about 3-4 years ago, and he's been lighting it up everywhere he's been in rookie ball, A ball, AA, a AAA ball. The kid can catch. He wants to be a catcher, but right now the Mariners have the best catcher in all of baseball, and I think the best player in the game right now with a big dumper in Cal Raleigh. But he's going to get an opportunity because Cal can't catch every day. No catcher can. Because it's such a grind. Cal was the Platinum Glove winner last year, and when he's not catching, he's DHing. So he's a talented young man, and we're going to find out what he can do at the big league level. He makes contact. He hits to all fields. He puts the ball in play, and he's just a super kid. The Mariners have so many, not only talented kids, but great kids. So we're going to find out who Harry Ford is maybe, today, but we'll wait and see on the move.
Rick, we're pretty rapidly coming up on within a month until the trade deadline. Around this time of the season, I know a lot of Mariners fans are always looking for who could potentially be picked up. Last season, Randy Arozarena obviously was a massive, massive pickup. He's done so much good for the team. Is there any position that you're kind of looking out for? I've heard Eugenio Suarez's name possibly being brought up to be brought back. That would be pretty amazing. Yeah,
you take a look at where the guys that you're not going to touch. Obviously, Randy out in left field and Julio in center field, and J.P. Crawford at shortstop. He's one of the best shortstops in all of baseball. Cal, of course, behind the plate. Jerry DePoto is always looking to improve the ball club. You got a young player at third base who is playing some really good baseball. His defense at third, talking about Ben Williamson, is outstanding, and he's hitting for a decent average too. He's hitting 255 as a rookie. He's getting his base hits. Cole Young has done a heck of a job at second base, and he's been one of the hottest hitters over the last 2 weeks. He's hitting 340, and but you're always looking to improve. But with the addition, with Luke Raley coming back, who can help you at first base and right field, he's swinging a great bat. Dom Canzone, since his return from Tacoma, the same thing, and he can help you out in right field. And Donovan Solano, for the last 2 weeks, has turned into Don Mattingly at first base, and right now over the last 2 weeks, one of the best hitters on this ball club. So there's a lot of guys in the front office making a lot more money than I am. So we'll see.
Sometimes the best trade is who you already have in the clubhouse, right? Yeah.
Exactly, David. And they're giving these guys a chance to play. The kids are doing a good job. The bottom of the order, when this offense is rolling, they're getting on base and setting up J.P. Crawford and getting the bats to Julio and Cal and Randy and Luke and guys like that, and Polanco.
All right.
It'd be interesting to see what happens.
Rick, thank you. We will catch the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather with friends, with family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Mariners are back in town next week, and the action kicks off with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday through Wednesday. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk once again. Here's Sully.
And I'm calling on Sully's Army. I got to leave the station right now. I got to meet you guys up at milepost 45 on eastbound I-90. I need your help. I need your help.
What's happening?
That rolled over semi was carrying whiskey. And so I need your help to try to make sure, to secure that, to make sure everything's okay. It's odd that Rick Johnson's Twitter account, I'm not sure it's him, posted a picture of the contents of it, but it was carrying whiskey and it's all on pallets and things and it's on its side.
Oh, my goodness.
And again, not to bury the lead, but pretty much most of I-90 is blocked at milepost 45 because of this rolled over semi. You're kind of getting by in one lane right now, non-injury, but it looks like speed was a factor. Yeah, you're taking a look at the pictures I just posted. Yeah, so if everybody wants to meet me about Post 45, I'll be there in about 45 minutes. We could use some help. Maybe they'll be so gracious as to provide us a little bit of something for the effort. Anyway, I'm being totally facetious, but no, this is seriously a whiskey truck that rolled. Fortunately, its contents did not spill, but that's going to be there a while for people who are trying to get out of town to go recreating. Other big issue today continues to be the closure of 529 southbound, trying to get out of Marysville. Snohomish River Bridge is malfunctioning, so it is closed. You can't go anywhere. We are seeing significant slowing now on southbound I-5 through Marysville, at least a couple of extra minutes. 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We have rented to Bellevue at about a half an hour. We've got 45 now from Federal Way to Seattle, with 30 of those minutes from South Center. The Lake Bridges, though, are in good shape. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Cloud 66 today, 71 with partly sunny skies tomorrow. Sunny is 77 for Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's 56.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone,
AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed, just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
7:49, and joining us from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott. Good morning, G.
It's Manda.
Friday.
It's Friday, no doubt. I got to keep it calm because I realize 745 crew, they don't want me too loud.
Still
like
waking
this.
up.
Still waking up, still getting going. So let's talk about weddings.
Well, you are a romantic.
Yeah, I am.
Any wedding in particular?
Let's talk about the Bezos and them and Miss Sanchez. A jaw-dropping figure of 1,000 times the $36,000 average wedding is what Jeff Bezos is doing. That's right. It is 1,000 times 36,000. They're saying upwards to 56 million, some of the numbers right there that are happening. On Thursday, a string of water taxis, they cut on through the lagoon over there in Venice and all that. And so it's great. It sounds good. But I'll say this. I'm going to take this time to defend Jeff Bezos.
Okay. Go on.
For anybody that wants to try to point at them and say that this wedding is ridiculous, I can't believe how much money they're spending. Those over in Venice right now, some of them are upset. They're basically saying that this wedding is a slap in the face to display the wealth over there when some people are struggling. I'd argue that there's not a place in the world where someone isn't struggling. But that's wedding culture. Let's be real. Let's not just blame this on Jeff Bezos. Wedding culture is outrageous. We put more of an investment into the wedding than we do our marriage. That's just period, point blank. We spend how much for the wedding cake? How much for the wedding DJ? How much for the wedding photographer? How much for the wedding dress? How much for the wedding venue? How much for the plates?
A lot.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, y'all, but you can go right down there, right, to City Hall or Quarter Peak, wherever y'all want to go, and go get married for $10 and a box of Skittles. But no, we want to make it extravagant. So here we are today. This wedding, they have all of the who's who is there. Tom Brady, Kim Kardashian, Oprah Winfrey, all of the stars are there.
Are you flying out?
Wedding. Heck no, I ain't no star, baby. I'm not a star. But again, I just wanted to come on this time because everybody's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they spent that much money. Man, 40, 50 million in them is nothing.
It's relative, right?
It's relative. So I just want everybody to keep that same energy.
Would you go if you were invited?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This would be great content. You know what I mean? No doubt. Matter of fact, speaking of content, I'm going to be super excited. Y'all got to be careful around me now because I got some of those new Meta glasses out there.
Oh.
Yeah. So I would go and I would love to have some content. Now, before we go, everyone's married here, right?
Yes.
I'll go first. I just told you, oh, by the way, it is my wedding anniversary, today, since we're talking about that. But I got married in Destin, Florida, and the house, everything, for friends, hanging out, the wedding and everything like that, it was a little over $10,000.
Okay.
Good deal, right? How much you guys spend on your wedding?
Not very much. I got married in the backyard of my childhood home.
And how long you been married?
Well, I've been 10 years.
See?
To think
You're
about
rocking.
it. Sorry, honey,
That's
for
rocking.
listening.
Okay, you man, you know. Sully?
About 17, 18, thinking.
18,000?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Back
in the 90s?
then.
That was just on beer.
Hold on.
That was a lot.
Wait, that was in the 90s?
That's my recollection. It may be
that's a
little
lot
higher
of
than
money.
that. I mean,
Sully?
we got married. We had 300 people.
Oh,
in the
my
wedding.
goodness.
Mom, like, kind of putting things on at Cathedral downtown.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So yeah,
Very Catholic wedding.
and at the ladies' private club, which she belonged, we had the things there. Yeah,
fancy,
nice
schmancy.
banana cream cake. From the Beaverton Bakery. Oh, it was awesome.
Charlie?
We were at the Bellagio, and it was fully catered. I think it was in the low, like it was above 10.
Yeah.
But it wasn't super expensive. It was a great value for what we got.
DB?
It was pretty cheap. I mean, it was still a few thousand, but our wedding venue actually was the Jefferson County Fairgrounds in Port Townsend, and it was like $200 to rent out the entire house. Which was awesome.
Nice.
All right, G, you're coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
See, I can have fancy things.
I didn't know you were so fancy.
I only did it once, but I can have that one thing. By the way, if you're missing your shipment of Woodinville whiskey, I know where it is.
Found it.
It's rolled over on I-90, about milepost 45. That's where this semi is, and it is basically blocking the road there. So if you're getting out of town, plan for delays getting up to Snoqualmie Pass. Other issues, southbound 529 remains closed in the Everett area, right there at the Snohomish River Bridge. The bridge is malfunctioning. We're backed up all the way into Marysville, losing a couple of minutes there. The rest of the map definitely looks relatively Friday light with brake lights into downtown Seattle and getting out of Renton. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's cloudy and 58, headed for a high of 66. For today will stay mostly cloudy, but sunshine for the weekend.
Supreme Court issuing rulings. CBS News will have the very latest, and former AG Rob McKenna joins us at 8:15 to discuss.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup,
something I can solve myself,
try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear,
call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
This Thursday through Sunday, 4-time Grammy winner Eliane Elias brings her Brazilian brilliance to Dimitro's Jazz Alley. Don't miss 6 shows of stunning piano, sultry vocals, and unforgettable rhythm. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court is a win for the Trump White House. CBS's Jan Crawford says it came in a challenge to courts that have blocked the Trump birthright citizenship order, and it limits the power of individual judges to issue nationwide injunctions.
This is not an opinion about birthright citizenship, about the merits of that issue, about whether or not Trump's executive order is blatantly unconstitutional, as every federal judge says. So put that to the side. This is a major landmark ruling on whether federal judges have that power, one federal judge, to basically dictate policy nationwide by invalidating a president's initiative.
And the court ruled Maryland parents can pull their children from public school lessons that use LGBTQ storybooks, and it preserved a part of the Affordable Care Act's preventive coverage requirements. In New York, CBS's Christina Fan is following closing arguments in the Sean Combs trial.
The defense is expected to take several hours today delivering their closing arguments. The prosecution will then be given a chance for rebuttal before the judge instructs the jury. The prosecution spent all day Thursday highlighting testimony and evidence from the 7-week trial that they say proves sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and other charges.
RFK Jr.'s vaccine panel has endorsed a fall flu shot, but only if it does not include an ingredient some groups have falsely linked to autism. Our medical contributor, Dr. Celine Gounder.
The ingredient we're talking about is thimerosal. So this is a preservative that has frankly not been used in childhood vaccines since the early 2000s. It's only used in 5% of all flu vaccines.
Well, President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with China. Beijing says it's speeding up approvals of rare earth exports. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
This is not exactly a new trade deal. This was formalizing talks that already happened in mid-June to really move forward with China, because as you remember, we were locked in a pretty tense situation where the U.S. was threatening 145% permanent tariffs on China, which would be unsustainable not only for consumers but for businesses.
Now to Southern California, CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti with the story of a break-in at the home of a Hollywood superstar.
According to the Los Angeles Police Department, 3 people broke through the front window of Brad Pitt's Los Feliz home around 10:30 Wednesday night. Authorities say the burglars ransacked the property and stole various undisclosed items.
This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
8:03, definitely not Friday light. All sorts of problems. Where are we going to start, Sully, at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk?
Well, I'm going to start with the one that has the biggest impact, which is the closure of southbound 529 between Arlington and Everett. The Snohomish River Bridge is malfunctioning. The gates are still down, so you can't go anywhere at the south end of that drive. So we're backed up into the Marysville area, and the streets through Marysville are also kind of bogged down by this, as is I-5 a little bit, because people who would normally get off there are still on the freeway. So we've got about 20 minutes from Arlington into Everett. You'll pick up the pace after that because it's 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The other one might become an issue depending on how long it stays there, because as we know, Friday heading into a maybe holiday week, a lot of people are going eastbound on I-90 later this morning. Only one lane is getting by about milepost 45, which is about Tinkham Road. So just before you start going up the hill towards Snoqualmie Pass, we've got a semi that is carrying Woodinville whiskey that rolled. And they're in the process of trying to figure out what to do to get that thing righted and out of there. Not a huge backup now, but it has the potential. The rest of the map, heavy through Renton, about 25-30 minutes to make it to Bellevue, but behind the Valley Freeway is quiet. Federal Way to Seattle doesn't get bad until you get up to the north end. About 45 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, with about 30 of that getting you in from South Center. This report brought to you by Subaru Puyallup. It has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now, secure today's pricing over tomorrow's car. Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
8:04 Friday morning, a week to go until the 4th of July.
Oh, boy.
This is Seattle's Morning News. Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Charlie, talking over Manda Factor.
Oh, that's okay. Our top story this morning, a deadly drive-by shooting created chaos during rush hour on Highway 167 near Auburn last night.
State troopers say the victim was behind the wheel, driving in the center lane when he was shot. And KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is following the story and has the latest.
Charlie, pretty incredible. In the middle lane, driving, you're shot, and somehow this victim made it to the shoulder on northbound 167, but state troopers told KIRO 7 TV by the time they got to that victim, they said he was dead in the driver's seat.
It's a very concerning, very horrific scene that, it could have been way more tragic than what it is right now. It's obviously a very tragic scene, but there could have been a lot more victims. It was 7:30, that's rush hour.
Now, troopers say the victim was shot multiple times. Troopers don't know if someone else was in the victim's car, maybe then took off. The witness in this case described 2 possible suspect vehicles, a 1990s maroon Ford Explorer and a 2018 Subaru BRZ. It's a kind of Subaru that's really, it's low to the ground. It's got 2 doors. State troopers are calling those vehicles of interest. Obviously, if you know anything about them or you see them, you saw them last night, call Washington State Patrol. But, Charlie and Amanda, the other part of this is this is a busy section of 167. Only one person called 911.
It's kind of an indication of where we are right now. If only one person saw this and called police. All right. Well, thank you, Luke. 8:06 now as we continue with Seattle's morning news. The search for Travis Decker just hit a frustrating wall.
Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says none of the DNA found in the mountains recently matches Decker. That includes areas near Leavenworth and Blewett Pass, where teams have searched for weeks. Decker, of course, the father, accused of killing his 3 daughters at a remote campsite near Leavenworth. He's a former soldier and was believed to be hiding in the Cascades. Morrison says they're shifting part of the search to a recovery effort.
There's a possibility that, yes, he could still be alive, and he's just been very fortunate and lucky not to have been caught. We haven't caught on with anything been stolen. Or, yes, the reality is he could have succumbed to injuries. He could have taken his own life. And we're simply looking for a body.
The sheriff says they'll keep going until they find him dead or alive.
A Kitsap County woman says she was blindsided after the man convicted of killing her mother with murder charges was released from prison early without her knowing. She spoke to KIRO Newsradio's Gwen Baumgartner, saying she wants to advocate for other victim families so this doesn't happen again.
In 1994, Gerald McCord and Connie Case were murdered by 2 men who were later convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But when one of the men was re-sentenced last year, the family of Connie Case says they were never notified. Case's daughter, Jenny Brideau, says she received a text message only after he was released.
By this point, I'm hysterical.
She says it took the Kitsap County Prosecutor's Office days to admit she should have been notified. She's now fighting to ensure the other man convicted isn't released too. She's also trying to bring awareness to other victims.
There's no way I'm the only one.
Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's Friday.
And no, Sully, we are not going to rent a helicopter to go over
Rescue the whiskey.
Milepost 45.
Got to rescue the whiskey. I'll tell you what, Woodinville does a really good job of wrapping their whiskey because none of the bottles broke from the inside.
It doesn't look like
it. From the semi that rolled up there on eastbound 90, but hopefully they'll make it back when they try to right this thing.
Can you imagine being a worker at Woodinville Whiskey and all of a sudden you're hearing on the radio that it's your truck that's turned over? Looks like everybody's okay.
Well, it may or may not be their truck. They may have contract, but
sure.
There's some. But yeah, you palletize that, or maybe for all the guys and gals that are working really hard on the expansion of I-90, you're just like, hey,
there you go.
All right, Friday got here early. Just saying, they deserve a little something on the end of a hard week of work in construction.
Okay, well, keep us on top of that. We have a busy morning, of course, with a lot of decisions from the Supreme Court. It's final day of the term. They have issued a bunch of rulings. We're hoping to connect with former state AG Rob McCanna for some analysis coming up in a few minutes here.
Also, consumerman Herb Weisbaum with some of the most pervasive ways AI is being used to scam people. Herb has warning signs, what you can do to protect yourself.
And Paul Holden stops by with his weekend rundown, all the fun events happening around town.
It's 8:09. Since April, commuters through Skagit County have been tracked by a camera on the side of I-5.
Pilot program aimed at monitoring speeds just wrapped up, and KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors has the report card.
A speed camera pilot program just wrapped up in Skagit and Spokane counties. The goal was to slow drivers down through sections of state highways that are notorious for speeding. Kyle Miller with WashDOT says he was surprised with the number of excessive speeders.
Run us into about 270 or so, 275. That were observed speeding over 100 miles an hour through those segments. And each one of those segments themselves are about 3 miles each. So it wasn't just a spot in time.
Issuing tickets was not the goal during the 2-month pilot program. Instead, over 16,000 notices were issued encouraging drivers to follow the speed limit or risk future tickets. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Everett is tightening its grip on drug crime hotspots. The city council just renewed a policy that lets judges ban certain people from specific areas. They're called stay out of drug areas, or SODAs. According to the Everett Herald, there are now 10 zones, mostly near parks and busy roads. Police say they use arrest and overdose data to decide where those zones go. A new one was just added near Everett Community College. Officers say complaints about drug activity there have been on the rise.
It's a dream road trip turned into a nightmare for two teens visiting Seattle. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha.
Recent high school grads Andrew Newton and Catherine Sanford were on the trip of a lifetime, cross-country across America from South Carolina to the West Coast and back. A stop in Seattle and their car being stolen ruined the whole going back part.
Got some food, like 5-minute walk away around the corner.
It was very good.
And then we walked around Pike's Marketplace for 10 minutes, came back, and it's gone.
The 2007 GMC Acadia was loaned to Newton by his grandparents. They purchased new hiking gear, had a cooler of food, and all their clothes since they were living out of the car. All of it gone when the car was stolen from the area near 4th and 5th and Blanchard.
Seattle police are investigating, but so far, no sign of the car.
A man in a tuxedo fired shots in downtown Seattle, then took off on a Lime scooter. This happened yesterday afternoon near Hubble Place and University Street, just south of the Seattle Convention Center. Police tell Fox 13 Seattle the man fired a handgun, then rode off down 8th Avenue. Officers found 4 shell casings at the scene. They still don't know what he was shooting at. No one was hurt, and no victims have come forward. The suspect has not been found.
A Seattle police officer received one of the country's highest honors for his heroism. KIRO 7 TV's Al Thomas reports Edward Grimmer was awarded the Carnegie Medal for pulling a badly injured man off railroad tracks.
We interviewed the officer last fall.
The worst case scenario was that he was going to fall, and then somehow the worst case scenario became that he was going to fall and get hit by a train. Officer pulled him at the last minute.
The man fell 25 feet off a bridge. Couldn't move. He broke both arms and a leg. The officer got there just in time to pull him to safety, quite literally seconds before that train sped by.
It's now 8:12 and time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And for that, here's KIRO 7's Madeline Ottley.
Hey, good morning and happy Friday. We're waking up to gloomy, cloudy skies, but this is really going to be the worst of it. There are some chances of spotty light rain showers that are crossing the region today. I don't expect that rain to hang out in any one neighborhood for too long. As for temperatures, our high in Seattle today set for 65 degrees, a little bit cooler than normal, but don't worry, we're going to warm up, and we're going to warm up quickly. It's going to be a gorgeous weekend, low to mid-70s tomorrow, and then a high of 77 forecast for Sunday, the day of Seattle's Pride Parade. Monday is when it really gets hot. Seattle's high is set for 84. We'll stay warm throughout the next of the week. Friday is still just out of view in the models, but on Thursday, the day before 4th of July, is looking really nice so far. Forecasted high for 78 in Seattle.
Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies. It's 58.
8:13 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And WashDOT has its engineers and other crews up there at the Snohomish River Bridge now on southbound 529. For some reason, it's malfunctioning. They're not exactly sure why, but the gates are down and southbound 529 is closed there at the Snohomish River. That means you cannot get from Marysville into Everett. People are still, bypassing the signs on I-5 or, not really knowing what's happening. So we're backed up all the way up into Marysville, and this has also added a little bit more merging than you might expect on a Friday light right there through I-5. But 20 minutes from Arlington to Everett is not too bad. And then Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue are under 40 minutes. I-5 is closer to 35 minutes, which is great. The other issue we are dealing with, and one that has the potential to stick with us for a while, is we have a rolled over semi on eastbound I-90 about milepost 45. That's about Tinkham Road, but just before you kind of start heading up towards Snoqualmie Pass, right through the construction zone. Only one lane is open, and what is making this story much more tragic is that it's a truck carrying Woodinville whiskey. Fortunately, none of the bottles are broken so far, but we'll see how that goes. And again, this has the potential to stick around because they may have to close the freeway entirely to right this thing and maybe work it around, maybe do some repair work there to the roadway. So again, on a Friday heading out into the weekend, that could leave a significant mark. So we'll be watching it closely. Rest of the map, Renton to Bellevue, about a half an hour. I-5, South Center to downtown, about a half an hour. That gives you 45 minutes from Federal Way or less. Under 40 from Puyallup to Renton. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your consultation, which is free, prosculpt.com.
It's now 8:15, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here. The most feared judge of style is stepping down. Katrina?
I will never forget the moment I played this clip a few months ago, and Sully knew this movie clip.
They're showing a lot of florals right now, so I was thinking I could
Florals?
do a shoot.
For spring.
groundbreaking.
It's The Devil Wears Prada. The movie is inspired by the real-life fashion icon Anna Wintour. Yesterday, she announced her decision to step down as editor-in-chief of Vogue. The move shocked the entire fashion world. Now let's hear from the actual Anna Wintour.
If one comes across sometimes as being cold or brusque, it's simply because I'm striving for the best.
Just striving for the best. Wintour will stay with the company and the magazine. Now, whoever is the new editor-in-chief will report directly to her. So she will still maintain control, and many of her responsibilities include planning the Met Gala, which will remain the same.
Does anybody read Vogue?
I do.
You do? Okay, all right. I didn't mean to be cold or brusque with you.
I do Vogue.
Oh, come on.
Is this your second Madonna reference of the morning, Sully?
No, you mentioned her first.
I know. All right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
Great to have you here with us this morning. The fate of President Trump's birthright citizenship ban remains unclear after a Supreme Court ruling today. The High Court ruled 6-3 to limit nationwide injunctions like the one blocking the ban. However, CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum says the ruling has a broad impact beyond just the birthright restrictions.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett writes that federal courts do not exercise oversight over the executive branch. There are 1,000 federal district judges who are unelected, and 40 of them stopped Trump's executive orders in their tracks.
The president has complained about individual judges throwing up obstacles to his agenda. However, the conservative majority put the ban on hold for 30 days and left open the possibility that the birthright citizenship changes could remain blocked nationwide.
The new CDC advisory panel has started making vaccine recommendations, and not without controversy, as we hear from CBS's Jared Hill.
The CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee, handpicked by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., endorsed this fall's flu vaccines, but only if they're free of an ingredient anti-vax groups have falsely linked to autism, a preservative called thimerosal. Studies have found no correlation between thimerosal and autism, but one member of the panel remarked, "We have to respect the fear of mercury that might dissuade some people from getting vaccinated." Dr. Richard Besser is a former acting director of the CDC.
In the past, if there was a question that this committee wanted to address, they would put together a work group. They would spend months diving into the science before they would bring it to the committee. This issue today didn't go through that process, and that's really concerning.
A study headed up by Washington State University looks at whether a woman smoking could cause her child to become obese. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
More than 89% of the children followed a typical development pattern. Their body mass index declined between the ages of 1 and 6, then gradually went up. But 11% had no drop in BMI until the age of about 3.5. After that, there was a rapid increase. Researchers say those children were more likely to have had mothers who smoked during pregnancy or themselves had had a high pre-pregnancy BMI. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
After President Trump complained media was making too much of a Defense Intelligence Agency report about the effectiveness of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, there was a news briefing at the Pentagon. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was combative at times, calling out individual reporters for playing up the initial DIA assessment. The strikes might not have obliterated Iran's ability to produce weapons-grade uranium. CBS News' Charlie D'Agata was in the briefing and has more.
B-2 stealth bombers dropped multiple bombs down ventilation shafts.
We know how historic it was.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth offered no evidence of specific damage to Iran's nuclear program. Instead, he scolded the press for reporting on an early Pentagon intelligence assessment that the strikes only set the program back a few months.
Anyone with 2 eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect.
Administration officials gave a classified briefing to senators yesterday afternoon.
And some Senate Democrats doubt the president's claim that Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated. With that part of the story, here's CBS's Michael Wallace.
Top administration officials told the Senate the airstrike set back Iran's nuclear program by years. Connecticut Democrat Chris Murphy isn't buying it.
Allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to stand up to reason.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer didn't hear an endgame strategy.
No detailed plan
on how Iran does not attain a nuclear weapon.
Republican Lindsey Graham of South Carolina.
Major league setback, years, not months.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The president says the U.S. and China have agreed to a new trade deal, and Beijing this morning confirmed some details of the framework, which looks to allow rare earth exports and ease restrictions. However, a final agreement doesn't seem to be done. Here's CBS News correspondent Weijia Jiang.
This is not exactly a new trade deal. This was formalizing talks that already happened in mid-June to really move forward with China, because as you remember, we were locked in a pretty tense situation where the U.S. was threatening 145% permanent tariffs on China, which would be unsustainable not only for consumers but for businesses.
Well, it's 8:21. All jellyfish sting, but one specimen that's waiting on the edges of a beach in Maine really bites.
This guy's almost 5 feet wide with tentacles that can stretch more than 100 feet across the sands of Willard Beach in South Portland. City officials are warning swimmers not to go near the lion's mane lump of jelly. The blood-red bell-shaped predator is one of the largest of the species in the world. Experts say if it stings you, it can not only irritate your skin, but in severe cases lead to nausea, confusion, dizziness, difficulty breathing, muscle pain, and even heart complications. Lion's mane jellyfish are usually found in colder waters from the Arctic to the Pacific Ocean. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Did she say 100-foot long tentacles?
She said 100-foot long tentacles.
5 feet wide for the body of this thing?
Yeah. I'm not swimming in Maine.
No, again, she said Portland. That's Maine.
Portland, Maine.
Not close to us.
A lot of the symptoms she described for being stung would be the same symptoms I had if I saw that thing. Wow.
Instant heart attack?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. It is coming up on 8:23. Let's get over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. And it sounds like the drive kind of stings right now, too.
Yeah,
in
it
spots.
does. In a couple of places. The good news is that when I put out the call, when I put up the bat signal for Sully's Army, we got a lot of people who really want to go with me and help me up at milepost 45. Make sure that whiskey from Woodinville gets righted and not broken
You're gonna
for
have
this
time.
rolled over semi.
By the time you're done at 9, you probably
we could probably get up
hightail
there.
it.
Yeah, and we're definitely starting to see a significant backup. Also hearing from people saying, hey, I'm heading east by 1 o'clock. You better get this thing cleared by then. Charlie, I know you're heading east. Again, it's a rolled semi. At least one lane of eastbound 90s blocked. This is a couple miles from the summit at Snoqualmie Pass. Through the construction zone, not a lot of room to move up there. I'm not sure how long it's going to take them to clear this thing, but this semi is on its side. Speed involved, no non-injury, but this is starting to leave a pretty significant backup in the eastbound direction. Now we're getting a little lighter in the day and people are heading out. So you better plan a couple of extra minutes, and we'll be watching this closely to see if maybe there are times of the day you might want to consider taking Highway 2, depending on where you're going or what. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we're watching it really closely. The other spot is up in the Marysville area, where southbound 529 is blocked at the Snohomish River Bridge. Not for a crash, because the bridge is malfunctioning, and it has been all morning. The gates are down. DOT's there trying to figure it out, but we are backed up all the way into Marysville. Again, you cannot go down into Everett via 529. People are being turned around, and there's a little extra merging on I-5. Give yourself about 20 minutes from Arlington into Everett, but you'll pick up the pace after that. It's only 40 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Northbound 5 continues to struggle past the Michigan curve into Seattle. You've got about a 30-minute trip from South Center, 45 all the way from Federal Way. The Valley Freeway is only 40 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is a little under a half an hour, which is great. The Lake Bridges are quiet. Pierce and Thurston County are quiet as well. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we're going to stay mostly cloudy for today, a high of 66, maybe some peaks of sunshine in the afternoon. For tomorrow, nice. We'll dry out, partly sunny, 71, sunshine, and 77 on Sunday. And then it looks like the sunshine's going to stick around through most of next week, 84 on Monday. Right now, it's 58 and cloudy in Seattle.
Coming up, more of the day's top local stories, and consumer man Herb Weisbaum on the ever-growing danger of AI scams. You have it on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank. a KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, July 23rd through August 12th. Take in stunning lakeside views, grab autographs from your favorite players, and let the kids join in on pre-practice football drills and more. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 8:31. Coming up, a few key rulings from the U.S. Supreme Court. But first, new this morning, the search has appeared to have gone cold for Travis Decker, the fugitive at the center of a weeks-long manhunt in central Washington.
Investigators say they have fewer leads and no solid evidence Decker is in the mountains, and we're hearing from a neighbor who said he bumped into Decker and says he looked weird and had a sad face right before he picked up his daughters.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is tracking the latest developments and joins us live.
Yeah, that neighbor said he talked with Decker for about 10 minutes right before Decker drove away with the girls. He told People magazine Decker looked skinny. He had long hair and a beard, and the neighbor didn't recognize him at first. The neighbor also said the whole time Decker was polite, but he seemed distracted. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison now says the DNA they collected at the campsite where deputies found the bodies of Decker's daughters is Travis Decker's DNA.
Blood on the back of the tailgate and also the blood on other items there at the initial crime scene.
However, Morrison told me they do not have any DNA matches to any of the evidence they found at makeshift campsites high up in the Cascades. Investigators have no proof now Decker is hiding in the Cascades, including that lone hiker they spotted in the encampments. Remember that during the first week of the search? Morrison now tells me that could have been a hiker who didn't pay for an overnight camping pass, perhaps, and got scared when he saw helicopters and ran. They just don't know for sure. Well, finally, we're getting a glimpse at how much the cost is rising for search operations.
But in talking with King County, Snohomish County, Spokane County, I believe they were all well over $1 million assisting us. And that was just over a week. Every agency is putting money, time, and effort into this, and that comes with a cost.
$1 million for just 1 week, and we're also talking about overtime and pay for hundreds of searchers, fuel and maintenance for all the helicopters and planes involved. 5 different federal agencies are working this case, and Canadian Mounties also helped track down a lead as well. But Morrison tells me this search is important to the community, important to law enforcement, and they will not stop until they find Decker. Charlie and Manda, the search is growing colder, and at this point, most likely, they're going to need a big break.
The fate of President Trump's birthright citizenship ban remains unclear after a Supreme Court ruling today. However, the High Court ruled 6-3 to limit nationwide injunctions like the ones blocking the ban.
Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks it down for us.
Well, the case today on birthright citizenship really wasn't about whether Trump's executive order preventing birthright citizenship is constitutional. You know, he'd lost in every court that had decided that question so far, whether it was a Republican or a Democratic judge. This case really came down to whether or not those judges could block the birthright citizenship executive order nationally with what's called a universal injunction. And here, the court actually gave Trump a victory because he said that when individuals bring lawsuits challenging his executive orders and a district court rules in their favor, that affects their case, but it doesn't amount to a universal injunction across the country. Now, there is an important second part of this decision, which has to do with lawsuits brought by the states like New Jersey. The court remanded back to the district court the question of whether or not a universal injunction could apply in a case brought by a state, because the court's concerned about how getting rid of birthright citizenship on a state-by-state basis will affect those states. So that part will go back to the court, to the district courts, and the states will have a chance to argue that, in fact, there should be a universal injunction issued when rulings go in their favor.
That's former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
Time to get over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we have good news for those of you in Marysville. Southbound 529 has reopened. They have fixed the Snohomish River Bridge, so now you can get into the Everett area from Marysville. Bad news is a lot of people are still on I-5 trying to avoid this, so we're losing some minutes getting into Marysville. Once you're through that, it's a good drive the rest of the way to Seattle or Bellevue. Still dealing with brake lights in the Renton S curves, a little bit on northbound I-5, but those drives are better than normal. And we are seeing a definite backup now on eastbound 90 trying to get up to Snoqualmie Pass. Rolled semi about milepost 45. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube. Click subscribe and get fresh video content daily.
We're going to stay cloudy for your Friday. 66-hour high today. Any showers should dry up by the end of the day. Tomorrow, partly sunny and 71. Sunshine and warming on Sunday, 77, and into the low 80s for the first part of next week. Right now, it's cloudy and 58 in Seattle.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
It's 8:36 now. Cyber criminals have a new power tool in their toolkit. Artificial intelligence. They're using AI to make their scams more convincing and more harmful.
And it's working. Consumer man Herb Weisbaum says it's sometimes difficult or even impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org who joins us every Friday at this time. Okay, good morning, Herb. How bad is it?
Well, $16 billion. That's how much was reported in cybercrime to the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center last year, a jump of 33%, and much of that fraud was enabled by AI. For a recent episode of Checkbook's Consumerpedia podcast, I was joined by two cybersecurity experts, Ben Winters, Director of AI and Privacy at the Consumer Federation of America, and Colina Koltai, a senior researcher at Bellingcat, an investigative journalist group based in the Netherlands, and I asked them both how they see the danger right now.
I think it's an incredibly powerful tool. Like if I wanted to switch careers to become a fraudster or a scammer, I would 100% be using a variety of AI tools in my repertoire. It's made everything, I think, so much easier for them and being able to scam people in a variety of different scams. It's made the ability for us to catch them, I think, a lot harder.
Ben?
Yeah, I think that what it mainly does is amplify any of the bad behaviors that we see from scammers and have seen for years. It makes it easier, harder to detect, and a little bit more personalized. So I think especially like some of the scariest, most damaging types of scams that create urgency or make it super personal about someone's family or life, that is easier to do using a lot of the commercially available AI tools we've seen in the last few years.
And get this, guys, if you're a fraudster with limited cyber skills, you can now use black market chatbots such as Fraud GPT and Worm GPT to do all the heavy lifting for you. They'll create phishing emails without typos or awkward wording, fake images, fake videos that look strikingly real.
So what are these thieves doing with AI?
Well, the thing that's really scary is they're manipulating video, and it's getting so much better than when we last reported this to you guys a year ago. I just did a follow-up because things have gotten so bad. They can create deep fake celebrity endorsements that appear to be, well, from Tom Hanks for dental insurance, Taylor Swift, skincare and beauty products, Keanu Reeves, CBD oil, and even Elon Musk pitching cryptocurrency. Take a listen.
You can deposit any of the listed cryptocurrencies without worrying about your assets one bit. If you make the minimum deposit, doubling your money is 100% guaranteed.
That's the fake Elon Musk with fake video that looked just like him. The lips don't flap anymore. Everything matches up. Many people have been exposed to a bogus ad that made it appear as though Oprah was endorsing weight loss gummies. She had to post a video on Instagram warning it wasn't her.
I have nothing to do with weight loss gummies or diet pills, and I don't want you all taken advantage of by people misusing my name.
One more thing to be aware of, what they're doing is, I saw a picture of this, it's in my story, is they will take a screenshot of a station with a natural disaster. So this was in Huntsville, Alabama, where there was a flood. So they take, the ticker tape thing that's on the bottom of the TV screen. So it says, channel 62 or whatever. And then they take a fake video and put the piece of video. There was a girl with a dog crying. This thing went viral about a year or so ago. and it's for a fake charity that doesn't exist, and everybody whose heartstrings are pulled, they give money and they're giving it to the fraudsters. So there's a lot of really bad stuff going on with AI.
Are there any guardrails in place at this point, Herb?
Manda, not really. It's basically a free-for-all. There's nothing in place to protect anybody. The Federal Trade Commission has basic rules on false advertising if you could catch these people, but nothing to limit how the AI could be used or possible penalties if the legitimate program is used to help bad guys commit their crimes.
All right, Herb,
Consumer groups obviously would like to see that changed, of course.
You're doing a deep dive on this. Where can we find out more?
You can go to checkbook.org, and also if you want to listen to the podcast, it's really informative. Just go to consumerpedia.org, and a lot of tips on there how to protect yourself.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum. Have a great weekend, Herb.
Thanks, Charlie. Good luck on going to the pass.
Thank you. Take care. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, it's that pass. We've got about a mile and a half backup now. Eastbound 90 approaching a rolled over semi trying to get up to Snoqualmie. We'll break it down for you next.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars. And our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now while the timing is right. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett, where we make owning a new Kia simple, easy, and fun. Visit Kia of Everett at kiaofeverett.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Dania Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Be sure to shop early for the best deals. Stop by our 4 local showrooms today or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
It's 8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're definitely seeing the impact now on eastbound I-90. For those of you trying to get out for the weekend, head east towards Snoqualmie Pass. We have about a mile and a half back up and growing, approaching milepost 45. This is where a semi has rolled over, blocking, it looks like, the right lane now. They've been able to push it out of the way. Initially, the whole thing was across all the lanes, but it looks like they've been able to at least kind of just push the cab a little bit out of the way so you can get by this thing. But we have a big delay there. No estimate for when they're going to be able to get that thing righted. And I know a lot of you are starting to head out for the weekend, so plan on a lot of extra time trying to get up to the beginnings of your drive, no matter where you're going eastbound today. The rest of the map, definitely Friday light with the exception of Marysville. Still have the slowing on southbound 5, right around 88th and Tulalip. That's because of an earlier problem with 529, if you can believe it. 529, the Snohomish River Bridge was malfunctioning until about 20 25 minutes ago. And so 529 had been closed most of the morning. It's open again, and we're just waiting for some of the backup on I-5 to get better. No need to bail from anywhere else anymore. 204 is really taking it on this one. It's backed up almost all the way to Highway 9 to get down to the trestle and then over to I-5. But you'll pick up the pace after that, under 40 minutes, probably closer to 35 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Renton to Bellevue, still about a half an hour. The S-curves are active, but after 44th, it's an easy drive. I-5 northbound, heavy past the West Seattle Bridge, but back under 30 minutes from South Center. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure yours today's pricing for tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
We're going to stay mostly cloudy for your Friday, headed for a high around 66 for today, and then improving weather for the weekend. Partly sunny tomorrow, 71, 77 in the sunshine on Sunday, and the sunshine continues into the first part of next week. By Monday, how about 84? Right now it's cloudy and 58 in the city.
Time to check in with Katrina Gashari. Sounds like a music star's toast went wrong.
It went horribly wrong. Post Malone is on tour and was performing in Arizona when he fell off stage.
Oh.
It sounds really bad, but he was okay. He was walking down the stage singing Pour Me a Drink with a red Solo cup in his hand. And when he got to the front end of the stage, he knelt down and reached over to give a toast of beer to one of the fans in the front row. And that's when the stage just gave out underneath him. But he did not miss a beat, and he kept the beer in hand.
Thank heavens.
Yes, priorities, right? So he stood up and he just started singing right away. And he was caught on video limping later in the show. So I just hope he's okay.
Well, he performed at T-Mobile Park last night. Yeah. I wonder if you saw him. Was he limping? Was he not?
Well,
that's what the text line's for.
He can rescue beer. He could go rescue the whiskey. Right?
This is the genius that is manufactured.
I think you're rubbing off on me, actually.
Yeah,
that sounds like something you would say.
If only I knew who he was so I could tell him where to go.
Oh, Posty.
He like Jelly Roll. Remember Jelly Roll we talked about with the facial tattoos? Post Malone has even more.
He's got nothing.
Deer in headlights. It's okay.
I'm glad Post Malone is okay.
Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, Paul Holden swings by with the Weekend Planner. This is Seattle's Morning News.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, Basically, bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Holy moly,
We
this
did it.
morning is going by fast.
We worked and we worked and we worked for it. And
Yes.
we're here.
Our reward is the arrival of Paul Holden with our weekend events planner. Hey, Paul.
It's good to be back. I'm excited to be here because it is a very, very busy weekend in our area. So let's get into it.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
What?
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
What's going on, Charlie, is that there's a lot going on in the region here, and especially I heard you mention this. I heard on the weather forecast that Pride is coming up this weekend. The big Pride events are this weekend. So if you want to check out, I found this helpful website. I couldn't list, if I was to list every Pride event going on over the weekend, we would be here till about 5 o'clock this evening. So check out SeattlePrideGuide.com if you're looking to find all of the information that you need about events this weekend. But of course, the big ones. We got Pride Fest going on Capitol Hill tomorrow, and that's going to be at the Seattle Center on Sunday. So 2 different locations for that. And then, of course, the big Pride Parade coming up on Sunday, which is going to take over basically all of downtown. So plan ahead. Brilliant weekend for my parents to come in and be staying right in the heart of the city. So as we're figuring out what to do there. But one of my favorite things that I've learned since living out here and since I used to live there, everyone out here is just cool with pirates. They just they end up on the shores and what is this? We're not worried about pirates landing on Alki Beach this weekend.
Grew up with them.
Yeah.
Apparently they're just a friendly. They just come on in and hand out treasures and goodies. The pirate landing for Seafair is going on Saturday as well.
If you've never gone to that, it's really fun to watch.
I've heard and seen great things. And it looks like it's such a ton of fun. And the weather's supposed to be really good this weekend as well. So if you're looking for something over there on the beach to get in that Seafair spirit, what a fun way. And they've been doing it for what, like 40-something years or something?
Way
like
more than that.
It was so fascinating to just see and hear all these great stories. 'Cause I think that's just what makes it so much fun here. Also going on this weekend, if you want to get into the 4th of July spirit a little bit early, Freedom Fest is going on at Joint Base Lewis McChord. They're basically doing a classic 4th of July celebration there with carnival rides, carnival games, and all sorts of stuff. You'll want to register online and check that out ahead of time because, you're going on to the base. You got to make sure you're doing everything properly there. So check that out as well. And if you want to stay in that fireworks theme spirit, the Bremerton Bridge Blast is on Saturday, and they're doing a whole festival on the Bremerton Boardwalk from noon to 10:15. Or maybe if you're looking for a picnic or something a little bit more low-key, they're doing a watch party along and a watch along at Evergreen Rotary Park where they are encouraging everyone to bring out the picnics, bring out the lawn games, and enjoy a nice Pacific Northwest weekend there with fireworks starting at 10:15. So we are getting into fireworks time and all that good stuff here. But we got a full list and lots more at mynorthwest.com.
Big fireworks display up at the Muckleshoot Reservation tonight and tomorrow as well. I know people all across Auburn and Enidinpah all come out to check that out.
Yeah, and that's a good reminder. If you know of cool stuff like that, let me know so I can make sure we're talking about it. Paul H. at KIRORadio.com.
Thank you, Paul. 8:53 now.
And that's time to get another check on traffic. For that, here's Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're still dealing with a little bit of residual slowing on southbound I-5, getting through the Tulalip area into Marysville after the long-term closure of the southbound 529 Snohomish River Bridge. It didn't open up till about an hour ago, and so we're definitely seeing a couple of extra brake lights there. So plan on some delays once you get through that. A lot of people on 204 are also really, really slow today. yesterday because people bailed and went around it to try to avoid I-5 and 529 in general. So it's backed up all the way to Highway 9 getting down to the trestle. So plan on some big-time delays there as well. Once you get through that, the Everett to Seattle drive is only 35 minutes. It's probably closer to 42, 43 now on Everett to Bellevue because the 405 corridor is heavy now through Canyon Park through 522. Northbound I-5 is thinning out definitely past the West Seattle Bridge. Still about 42 minutes to make it from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue still about a half an hour. Eastbound 18 is a little slow trying to get up out of the Auburn area, and we're still dealing with this rolled semi that was carrying Woodinville whiskey. Only the far left lane is getting by on eastbound I-90 a couple of miles from Snoqualmie Summit, about Tinkham Road, about 40 milepost 45. 2 mile backup now and growing. This has the potential to really get in the way of our weekend getaway travel well into the morning. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, take advantage of 12 months same as cash financing. 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Our forecast for your Friday, mostly cloudy and 66, but things are going to look great for all the outdoor stuff for the weekend. Partly sunny tomorrow, 71 the high, 77 on Sunday, and the sunshine continues into the middle part of next week. Right now it's 58 and cloudy in Seattle.
Well, coming up, it is the G and Ursula show with a fresh Friday. One big roadblock may be there, keeping the Sonics from returning to Seattle. G and Ursula will look into it coming up. And you can always text the show, 888-973-5476. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, the Salish Sea is absolutely packed with whales right now. The past week has seen nearly 20 humpbacks in the waters off of Port Angeles, with tremendous displays of breaching and lunge feeding. Not to be outdone, Bigg's killer whales have also been gathering in large numbers, with superpods of more than 15 individuals traveling and hunting throughout Puget Sound. Summer is heating up, and so is the whale watching. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.